chill pushing 45 below zero.
Frostbite can happen in just minutes.
Minneapolis woke up to a brutal record breaker.
Minus 16 degrees before sunrise.
The mercury bottomed out at 15 below this morning.
Shattering the old mark set back in 1924.
City officials are telling everyone to stay inside.
I tried to manifest impossible, but it happened twice. My theme song to the facts of life. This that flow that's finna attract the whites. This that hunger flow, and I'ma do more than grab a bite. Cause I got an appetite, and I ain't snacking light. I do it for dope boys in the fastest rides. And the fiends, they gave tragic lives. Who spent the wheel of fortune spinning on that Vanna White and getting higher than satellites with a fraction life. Just playing the cards they was handed, right? And it's hard to be humble knowing the shit I did to sacrifice. I paid the cost for this life and y'all skipped the asking price. But I got my brothers who tell me when I ain't acting right. And they finna keep it 100 just like the Jackson 5. And I'll be damned if I handle my business with a damaged eye. My vision greater now that it's magnified. I see the big picture cause I don't dream in a standard size. That's cause I fantasize the truth and not some random lies. None of it's randomized and now I'm fucking romanticized. I'm control chaos at its core if you analyze. And I don't make music for babies, my fans were pacified. Secretly tried teaching them slow and would leave classified. Been whacked and ask if I did that. Knowing I present my flow beautifully just based off how I gift wrapped. They seeing red from mistakes if I bullshit that. So I'd rather give you the message directly by using just facts. I made a turnaround so I can get my lick back. Cause life tried to break me, but God gave me tools to fix that. Gave me strength to lift that, and I did it without a six-pack. Cause I realized the bar alone kept me from growing, showing where I ain't fit at. I see the hotter they made me, I fairly been getting colder. The story you made up, I just wrote the ending, that shit is over. I'm trained for war, you fucking should be scary, cause nigga soldier. These ups and downs ain't a roller coaster. This January in Minnesota. Life. I wonder, will she take me under? Check it. Here's another one for me to write myself. Feeling proud cause these feelings I can type myself. Ain't a soul that anybody quite like myself. Creating music is my therapy to write myself. So many problems I done had, you just wouldn't understand. But that's part of God's plan when becoming a man. Didn't know that I'd be both mom and dad of my clan. Asking God, trying to figure out just how it began. Maybe it's luck or maybe it's the things that I prayed for. To go through difficulty so I learned to be grateful. Of the gifts that had me working hard and I slaved for. Cause prayer came free, it's the blessings I paid for. Facts, tell me if it's all what it seems. Is life the type of bitch that you would call Billie Jean? Maybe a simulation and it's all just a dream. You ever wonder what it all really means? I promise that it's all gonna be alright. Alright, 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 alright. And if it's time to go, it won't be tonight. Tonight, 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 tonight. Baby, I'm just here to live my life. My life, my life, my life, my life. But I promise that it's all gonna be alright. Alright, 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 alright. And I'ma go harder than ever, better than previous for sure. Just gotta remember, never the easiest of roads. When you trying to succeed and hope it immediately shows. The object is progress and what a process all the shit has become. But I'm getting it done for the fact that I got children in one. Girl to take around the world, seeing Europe in style. Instead of wondering how much she gonna put up with now. Could have been down and now, seeing life passing by me. Blaming everything and everyone and asking why me. To the Almighty as if he's the one behind me. I could grind me under bridges while I wish I died nightly. But I knew I had better in store. Clean my life up and I made a vow like never before. Told my peoples that I love them, I'ma put up a fight. And before I lay my head down and turn off the lights, I said, I promise that it's all gonna be alright. Alright, 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 alright. And if it's time to go, it won't be tonight. Tonight, 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 tonight. Baby, I'm just here to live my life. My life, my life, my life, my life. But I promise that it's all gonna be alright. Alright. Sometimes you just gotta let that shit ride, cause you know what's coming. Run it, run it, run it. Run it, run it, run it. Run it, run it, run it. I am the one. Run it, run it, run it. I got me a job and thought I was paid. I hated my life and fought with the pain. Started to write and caught me a flame. Turned on the mic and all of it changed. All of my critics would call me insane when I said I was rapping. They thought I was playing. And I dropped Kobe. They saw that I came to tear up the city and fuck up the game. I had to come with another one. I'm going harder. You slept on the other one. Not even tripping. My baby was done is done. And now you off gonna see where I'm coming from. Even before when I lived like a fucking bum, I was making 3 wishes and none would come. Then I prayed to my father and from the son that he blessed me and now I'm a one-on-one. I had to show that I'm worth something and was going crazy trying to do this. And the truth is, I felt like I needed approval in order to prove shit. In reality, that's an illusion. A mistake and nothing I'm cool with. I saw that I probably blew it cause I was just sitting on all of this music. If they finna sleep, they off finna snooze it. Give them the real, so ain't a confusion. We seen it before with rappers who moving. That's winning with lies, now all of them losing. That's what you get when you live in delusion. If I fake a smile, I feel like I'm toothless. Anthony Edwards with how I'ma shoot shit. But I don't play the position of two, bitch, I am the one. Run it, run it, run it. Run it, run it, run it. Run it, run it, run it. I am the one. Run it, run it, run it. 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 I am the one. Run it, run it, run it. Ducking every shot cause they got me in the matrix. If I'm on thin ice, gotta be the agent. It's all in my world, but I'm proudly an alien. Come to my crib and you probably see a spaceship. I ain't with the fake shit. Tell them motherfuckers everywhere. Little Nick got his ass out the basement. And I put MDSoul all up on the map. What you think about that? I don't care if you hate. Cause saying I did it too late, I say that it's fine. It's all by design. Cause I done always been ahead of my time. So I double back to give you my prime. Now I'm just working on getting this crown. Cause even my dentist know I'm finna grind. It ain't no cat neither. Cause the real ones don't be feeling them invisible lines. And lately I'm going through more shit than I needed to. That's cause impossible's looking achievable. And everything that you said that I couldn't do is looking feasible. Conceivable and it's believable. These bitches gave me a spectacle, but I'ma see it through. Now they know ain't no telling what he can do. Cause the weaker people need a repercussion. If I see them people, it'll be some fuss. A couple heaters bustin', leave a deep concussion. And I'm past talking, we don't need discussions. And they need a beat but don't need production. You gon' see me eating, you gon' be disgusted. I ain't keeping peace, bitch, I need destruction. If we all deceased, then we leave it, fuck it. I swear to God, any way you want it. Run it, run it, run it. The shit ain't a game around here, I promise. Run it, run it, run it. Run it, run it, run it. I am the one.
The man, the myth, the legend, Popsicle. You change your profile picture now, there's not a giant blue icon anymore on my Twitch UI, so I have to actually pay attention to see if you're live and make Hey, now you know how I feel, Popsicle. Oh my goodness, that's actually kind of funny. You've been so used to seeing a particular thing for a long time. That's probably why people aren't coming in. They got to get used to the new profile.
Pay attention to the greatest.
I think I'm okay with that.
And nah, I ain't playing. More money like Damon. I'm just making my way in. Ooh, wasn't hard to get here, so what the fuck you rappers really was saying? Ooh, skip college, so if they finna reach, I'ma teach. Now all of them paying.
Also,
I'm looking around,
I like the
surrounded by
lapel
rookies
mic,
and
but I
all of
think
them
I'm gonna
youngins.
get away from it for a little while until like I start getting back in playing the games aggressively. I think I can be heard a little bit better on this mic right here. There's certain things I can do that a little bit more clear.
You getting some shit immature, but the friends that you needed go turn into foes. Shacking out on their feelings and turning to fools to put on a show. Crying and acting like hoes, cause they saw me winning from hitting my goals. I swear that I picked up on all of their bullshit, and I treat it like regular days. All of them came at me foul, but my mentality remains the same. So I'ma continue to drive and go for the win and stay in my lane. So pray that you ain't in my face, blocking my shot cause I won't fade away. Hey, but I promise that you'll understand. Baby, I know I'm the man. I do it for all of my peoples cause I got a nation that's right on my hands. Fam, I swear that I feel like Kobe.
Oh yeah, that part's on purpose. I'll turn it down. Well, you know what? I'll put it down at this one right here. But yeah, that was kind of on purpose. But yo, I got the mic's old. I'm just using the mic I used to use.
But they told me to be like Mike, and all of my life I thought I was Jordan.
Yeah.
But he's still recording history up in the 2-3 zone and scoring. The brightest enlightened free man, just like it was Morgan. Shining while he performing. Rocking the nation domestic of 444 foreign. Family, I'm so out of orbit. I'm dancing with all of the stars. Appreciate appreciate just how I glow, but you can admire that shit from afar. I swear on my mama, avoiding the drama with Rocky Mountain groupie broads. Stopping all these offenses, avoiding the D's from catching the charge. This black mama taking over, still rocking with all of the Cobras. Told you that I've been the man since carry Toyotas and flip Motorola's. Representing where it's cold, the home of the wolves and purple yellow soldiers. And those are colors of kings because the Lakers popped them in Minnesota. I'm shooting them all out the game, and you'll never see me drop a dime. That other man said he the king, and to me that's perfectly fine. Just remember we was both in the center and stapled together one time. But I got the chip and I shine, even though little buddy was still in his prime. Fam, but I promise that you'll understand. Baby, I know
Just picked up a used Mad Catz TE. Any advice for the first time modder? Ooh, that's a good question. I got you. Let me turn on the stream and we can talk. Well, let me switch the view and we can talk about it, man. More than happy to talk about that, my guy. What is your Zaril John? Yo, we can talk about that a little bit.
I swear that I feel like Kobe.
All right. Whoa. Uh-oh. Let's see what happened here, guys. I don't know what happened to my camera. Give me a second. This is no bueno.
God's favorite, the one that made it, man, he must love me. Plus, he's the only one I care that would judge me. Watching above me, gave me struggles and said, trust me. And put a lot on my plate, cause I said I was hungry. I want the money, big house somewhere sunny. White neighbors who call me buddy, cause I got money. Really don't want the fame, attention does nothing for me. But I ain't getting mad if the baddies is trying to fuck me shit. I want my city to see that it's possible to make it out if you got a dream, but don't be logical. Cause people call me crazy probably for a reason. So I applied it to my
there we
dreams
go.
And I started believing.
Working now.
The difference between the dreamers and those who would do.
And welcome one, welcome all. I'm the most determined soul, CJ Berry, the leader of waves and waves of people in determination. CJ's who I am, MDSoul's what I am, so you guys can just call me CJ. I really don't mind it. And today, yes, today I have a good show for you, and we're going to have a wonderful time. The first thing we're talking about here is arcade sticks. So if you like arcade sticks, you're in the right place at the right time. We're going to talk about arcade sticks of Reddit. That's what we do every Monday. That's what I enjoy doing every single Monday. And then we're going to go and talk about the fighting game Mount Rushmores with characters. Fighting Mount Rushmores. We're going to be talking about that today as well. But I'm going to, I'm CJ and Zaril John. I'm going to call you ZJ. And ZJ, what I got for you is some good advice. The best advice that I can give you as a first-time modder is don't be afraid to break your arcade stick. Because at the end of the day, it's not really broken. The things that you want to worry about is like wires and stuff like that. The wiring, be careful with that. But overall, there's no really breaking your arcade stick. You know, it's very difficult to do that. Unless you're just snapping your PCB in half, there's always parts that you can replace it on. Do not be afraid to get in there and fix some things or change some things up. The first place I would start, as far as, modding, start with your buttons. That's very easy. After that, look at how you can, once you figure out, oh, this is very easy to do, go and maybe work on your lever. Hey, buy a lever, right? Buy a lever that's like, hey, I think I'm gonna like this one. Take the old lever, take it apart, because at that point you don't care. Take it apart, put it back together. Then I understand this piece right here. Let me buy another piece to go along with it that I know might work, like a spring, the little springy or the spring part of the actuator, and just kind of mix and match. And then you're going to build up confidence on modding your arcade stick. Same thing with the buttons. Take the old buttons, take it apart, see what happens. Just see what happens. And then it doesn't matter because you already got the part to replace it. The final part there is, well, second to last part is, hey, see what's going on with that PCB that's in your arcade stick. Typically, I don't mess with those. However, if you end up getting into the DIY space, or if you have an older arcade stick that doesn't, work well on the PS4, PS5, so you have like a PS3 arcade stick, take that PCB out, get another PCB, and see how that works and see how it all comes together. And then that's when you start creeping into DIY land. And personally, I like DIY arcade sticks because guess who makes them? You came to the right place. I have my own brand of arcade stick. That's where the term Capri comes from. Boom. Capri is my gaming team that I've created with a couple other friends of mine, good friends, close friends that I trust. And we came up with the Capri Clean Sweep. We have ones that are, we have, this is Juggle Perry Cobalt. We have Fight Money Mint. We have Heat Rush Ruby. We have Astro Shower Gold. And then we have a Frost. We had a lot of good colors to go along with this whole theme of arcade sticks. And so now I'm just like putting things together myself. That's one of them. And the one that I wouldn't say most proud of, but this is just my go-to now. I live in the city of St. Louis, and I'm a Cards fan, and boom, voila. We have the St. Louis Cards arcade stick right here with the Heat Rush Ruby plate on the side, on casing there. So, yeah, that's my advice. Hopefully that's helpful. If I didn't answer your question and you have something a little bit more specific, please let me know. I don't mind talking about it. Fighting game Mount Rushmore, Street Fighter 2, it's the pioneer. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is the most influential on modern fighting games. Mortal Kombat, it brought a new dimension to fighting games, and a ton of Mortal Kombat clones came out throughout the 90s. Final pick probably goes to Tekken. I could see an argument for Virtua Fighter, but I think Tekken is the more widely regarded of the two. I said what I said. Fighting game Mount Rushmore character Ryu, Chun-Li, King, Scorpion. Yikes. My short answer to that, because this is gonna be Bad Guy Maddox. I have a whole thing on it, and that's where the debate comes, right? Because are we saying that because that's what we know and that's what we understand, and then the other part that narrows it down that much more, it can't come from the same franchise. So it starts with, hey, these are the games that we're pulling from. These are the most influential games, and because they're influential, what character makes them influential? And we'll talk about that here in a bit. But yo, thanks for your input. I really appreciate it. Bad Guy Maddox. Hey, make sure you gotta holler at my homie, Bad Guy Maddox. Great guy, has great contact with WWE. I got you. Order some parts. GP 2040 CE, quantum gravity buttons, Buttercade door, and Jason top panel replacement. I just said F it and went straight into deep end. Yes. Go. Just take a deep dive and take your time. That's the same thing I said with I took that same concept and applied it to my Steam Deck. I was like, what's the worst that can happen outside of spending more money? And I got the buttons and I got the back, and I kind of did what I wanted to with my stuff. And with electronics, that's what you got to do. In gadgets and gizmos, it's not a car, right? You're not going to die. It's not going to prevent you from going to work or anything like that. Have fun. Take as long as it needs. Unrelated, what you're talking about, I'm in a home gym with this show on for the background. I'm doing leg, shoulders, and today is a pyramid. Oh, gosh. I need to get back in the gym myself. I already knew I wasn't in my 20s anymore, but I definitely feel it today. No, I completely understand that. Right now, I think I'm in the weight loss mode. I don't want to bulk because I don't feel like I'm seeing results when I'm bulking, right? So what I'm doing, I'm losing the weight. So I was like at 185. I'm down to 179 now. And then I'm going to start. Now that I'm at a comfortable weight, I really wanted to be 175, but now that I'm at a weight where I'm like, oh, I actually can see it. Now I can say, all right, how do we get cut? How do we get ripped? And if I eat this, it's gonna build this muscle like that, you know? So I understand you almost 40-year-old. My fighting game, Rushmore, SmackDown, here comes. You're fired. You're fired, my friend. All right. So so let's go ahead and get into this thing. And get into the fight sticks of Reddit and check out some new hot fights. Hot, yeah, I'm saying like a hot mom. Let's check out some of these hot fight sticks and seeing what's available, see what's hot, see what's not. Preach, I'm doing weights and cutting the alcohol consumption, but I need to legit start a calorie deficit so I can actually hit my weight goals, loss goals. Bro, I think that's the first start of it all, man. Like what I did was I quit alcohol cold turkey. And by quitting alcohol cold turkey, I literally dropped like 30 pounds. And I was like, yo, that is freaking insane. Dropping weight to 30 pounds, all because I stopped drinking alcohol. And now my biggest thing is not drinking soda. And then also I don't eat candy like I used to. You hung out with me before, and you saw how much gummy bears that I had, and I was eating gummy bears before I went to bed and stuff. And I just kind of stopped doing that. And now my biggest vice is coffee creamer. Matter of fact, last night was the first time I was drinking in a long time because of Super Bowl. Greeting also that haps peak back and forth was hilarious. Wait, hold on. Greeting also that hat peeking back and forth with, oh, just thank you. How you doing, Justin? I hope all is well, man. Hope life is good. Matter of fact, I hope everything's good with everyone, man. Man, I sit back and often question, what's real, what's not, what's fake, what's not. And I think I'm in a place now where I appreciate things for what it is, and I'm appreciating life for what it is. And, a lot of times when you're younger, hey, good morning, Get Wrecked. A lot of times when you're younger, you go, I want to be rich, but that's not really what you want. Money just makes you feel secure, because you don't need $1 billion in order for you to feel secure. What does $1 billion do? $1 billion doesn't even mean that you're gonna get the recognition that you want. And building something that you can be proud of and something that you can consume and engage in for the rest of your life is more so what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna say it was 2018, 2019 time frame. And I prayed, I talked to God, and I was like, hey, I want every day to feel like Friday, and I want it when I have a job, I want that job to feel like I'm not working, and that came from when so I worked at a church before. I was a graphic designer at a church, or a media coordinator at a church. And my first go round of doing it, everything was great, but then the second go round of doing it, it kind of fell apart. And my biggest thing was, I am serving God, and it just so happens I get paid. That's how I looked at it, And I think that was a healthy way to look at it, because I understood that I'm a servant. I need to have a servant's heart. I need to serve the people. And I think that's a really, really important take and a really important thing. And I kind of think the same way when it comes to, what I'm doing now. When I ask God, like, now that I'm not doing that anymore, I want every day to still feel like Friday. I want to be able to still engage in people and have meaningful relationships and meaningful discussions. And if I can be an influence on somebody's life, I'll take it. If it's just one, or $1 million, it doesn't matter. But I just want to be an influence and say, hey, that guy made a difference in my life. So with that being said, life is freaking good. I'm in a great position right now. I have an amazing wife, amazing children. Can things get frustrating and tough sometimes? Yes, absolutely it can. But life overall is good, man. Hey, Ball Out, what's up? How's it going? Do you play games? Ball Out? Do you play fighting games specifically? The real key to happiness is to watch the original Jurassic Park at least once a year. I respect that. I respect that a lot. Is it a morning in America? Yes, it is. At least where I'm at, it's still morning. On the East Coast, it's almost afternoon. I'm in the Midwest. It is still 10:34. And then in the Mountain Time, it's 9:35. And on the West Side, it's 8 o'clock. But how you doing, Ball Out? I hope all is well. Oh, my coffee's ready. I didn't get my creamer in my coffee mug, so let's go do it. Let's go do that. Let me go to Video Ninja. You stopped gaming 2 years ago? Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Where are you from? You're saying America. That's how I know you're a foreigner. You said America. Daughters, what's up? Don't laugh at Creamer. Don't laugh at Creamer.
Who's the birthday girl? You're the birthday girl. You're the birthday girl. Who's the birthday girl? You're the birthday girl. Who's the birthday girl? You're the birthday girl. You're the birthday girl. Who's the birthday girl? You're the birthday girl.
That sweet cream, you daggone right. Sorry for the random off-topic question. Oh, we're talking about arcade sticks today, so you can ask questions about arcade sticks. I don't mind. That's perfectly fine, my friend. But do you have any thoughts on bat top versus ball top? Spider Punk, what's up, brother? How's it going? All right, my thoughts on ball top, bat top, is personal preference. It's personal preference. It kind of is what it is. And when I say personal preference, it's not like I'm dodging it, right? I'm not dodging what you're asking me. I'm telling you that if you pick one and you like it, stick to it, right? But with that being said, I can tell you why I like bat top better than ball top. Ball top, first off, a ball top feels good in the hand. It feels good. It feels good in the hands, right? And the reason why it feels good in the hands is because if you are a Street Fighter player, you can do the sign language for motion inputs. It's very easy to do motion inputs because it rolls in your hand, right? Bat tops, though they can roll in your hand, they don't roll in your hand in the same way that a ball top does, right? So with that being said, a bat top, it helps you for directions. So I prefer to play and use my bat top for games like Tekken or some type of beat 'em up because it's easy to just take my hand and push and it's not gonna roll in my hands when I'm doing that direction. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So that's all personal preference. But the top that I like to use the most, that gives me kind of the best of both worlds, is the bullet top. I like that one the most. Moroccan, oh, that's what's up. And Ghanaian, but I live. Oh, that's what's up, man. That's really cool. I'm doing well today, Spider Punk. I appreciate you asking. Bat versus ball versus bullet, I think comes down to preference. What feels better in your hand? Yes, it has to feel good in the hands. Since last Saturday, I have my first leverless controller. Okay. And I can nothing face from Germany. You're from Germany? Oh, where are you at in Germany? Where do you live in Germany? I used to live in Germany. I lived in Mannheim, Stuttgart, Heidelberg. I lived in Berblingen. I lived in a lot of places, man. Balls feel good in the hands. No pause. All Diddy. All Diddy. But yo, if you're getting here for the first time, again, I really appreciate you. Most Determined Soul, CJ Berry. We're talking about arcade sticks today, and we're talking about the Mount Rushmore fighting games and things like that. If you haven't already hit that follow button, make sure you hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. If you're on Twitch, make sure you subscribe to the channel. All that type of stuff is very helpful and useful, and I would really appreciate that. And same thing on YouTube. Go ahead and join the channel. That helps me out a lot. It helps me out a whole lot, and I can continue to do stuff like this. All right? But before we keep on going, let's go get some coffee. Square versus Octogate. I like square gates. I know exactly where I'm going at. You know? Make sure my thing works. Let's go get some coffee, guys.
Yeah. You wanna be big. You wanna grow. Who's the birthday girl? You're the birthday girl. You're the birthday girl. Who's the birthday girl? You're the birthday girl.
That's not the shame. We want that
Who's the
one.
birthday girl? You're the birthday girl. You're the birthday girl. Who's the birthday girl? You're the birthday girl. Who's the birthday girl? You're the birthday girl. You're the birthday girl. Who's the birthday girl? You're the birthday girl.
Boom, 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 boom. I look like a rapper. I don't know how to take that lazy mapping. I don't know how to take that. Was that a compliment? Or was it a backhanded compliment? This day and age, and in the era that we're living in, was that a shot? What's going on? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do with my hands. Let's see. Ooh. A chihuahua? No, I don't want to. I want to use my. Do I want to do the PlayStation mug today? I don't know. Wait, I got so many different. Oh no! Wait, hold on. I wonder if that mug. Did my kids clean it out yet? Is it clean? Oh, no, it's not as clean as I want it to be. I'm gonna have my kids go back and clean some of these mugs out. World Best Boss. I like this one. It's from the movie. It's from the TV show The Office. Yeah, I like that one. All right, and then now, where's the creamer? Got a little bit of creamer. I need to go back. I need to go out and get some more creamer. My wife doesn't let me get the big jug, but this time, don't tell her that I'm gonna disobey her. But I'm gonna disobey her and get the big jug of creamer. This go around. You know, big old jug of creamer. Makes sense. Yo, Swamp, what's up? Can I get a kickflip for the culture? No. I don't do that no more. That's the old me. Man, I haven't. Thinking about it. I haven't skateboarded in so long. Like, I skateboard just to show, like, kids around. They're like, oh, are you able to, kick push? I'm like, yeah, I can kick push. And then they go, oh, okay. And I show them, and they're like, oh, that's what's up. That's kind of where I'm at with it now. Pour up this coffee to help my brain. All right. Is God of War considered a fighting game? If yes, then Original Trilogy is my favorite. No, it's not a fighting game. It's an action adventure. It's an action adventure. Just have finished my coffee. Yeah, let's go. Brisk day in Toronto. Oh, wait. Zareel John. He lives in Toronto. Guess who else is from Canada? Popsicle. He's from Canada too. Popsicle doesn't like me. though. Because he thinks that he thinks Americans are all the same. Zozilla is in Canada too. Look at all these Canadians. Look at all these Canadians that come rock with me. I appreciate you guys. You know what? I think that I'm gonna become Canadian just so I can make Popsicle get angry, and then in turn he's gonna get his American citizenship, and then it forces him to suffer. That will make him suffer, right? You got Tekken guy. Hey, good job, man. And so he kick push, coast. And Yanks are all the same. Yeah, we are all the same. Do you want to be my what? Freaking weird, man. You go talk in the shadow room by yourself. Oh, snaps. Yeah, see? Y'all should be all, you guys should all be friends. I'm surprised you guys don't know each other. I know how to trigger Popsicle. I bet you know each other. It's like, no, Canada is a big place. So, doesn't mean you might not know each other. You don't know why you get so pissy about that. All right, so I'm trying to find something to stir my coffee. What? I don't want to stir it with my finger. I don't want to stir it with the comb. Ooh, I might just have to stir it with the pen. Hopefully I don't get sick. That's a dude way to do it. Tekken, but the PS2 version. I don't remember which one exactly, but I absolutely loved it. Yeah, there's a couple of them on PS2. You have Tekken 4, Tekken 5, Tekken Tag. They're all on PS2. Then we had, yeah, it's all on that one. Just a bit of, it has a little bit of extra flavor. Normally I do. Get wrecked. I bought a whole thing of chopsticks, and I use chopsticks as my stir stick. I just don't feel like getting up to go get it because I have to wash them because they get all sticky and crusty. But all right, let's jump into this thing, guys. Let's go ahead and get into the arcade sticks of Reddit. Let's check out what's hot. Let's see what's not. All right, so again, as you guys see, I made things a little bit bigger. I wanted you guys to be able to see these things a little bit easier as we continue on. And this is probably going to be one of my main screens moving forward. I kind of like the way this screen is now that it's a little bit bigger. And now I feel like we can have better conversation because you can see these things a whole lot better at this point. With the exception of you guys on YouTube that are watching vertically. If you don't want to watch vertically and see what I'm talking about, you can come over to click on my YouTube profile and you can see the landscape version, or you can check me out on Twitch, and we are in landscape on Twitch. Tekken is the best. I feel you on that. I feel you. And here we go. We're talking about arcade sticks of Reddit. First one we have today, well, first ones, plural, that we have today. This person found this Evo fight stick for $20. What a steal. I found these fight sticks for $20. Where is this at? This looks like, what is it called? Vintage vinyl. That's what it's called. Vintage vinyl. I recognize those stickers. It might not be vintage vinyl, but I know the vintage final that I go to, they have these stickers, and for $20, that's a steal. And you got both of them, it looks like. But are these Evo arcade sticks? I'm not too sure. Oh, no, it is. It's right there. I see it right now. You got an Evo arcade stick right there, and it has the printing on there. That's actually really cool. This is really nice. We got the King of Fighters right here, black and white. Again, I'm not a fan of black and white necessarily because you get to see all the dirt and all that good stuff on your arcade stick. I personally would probably change out the buttons in the ball top and make it something else. Maybe the case is just fine because you just wipe it off. But like the buttons and stuff, you start seeing your fingerprints in there in the buttons, and you start seeing little brown spots on there. But overall, this is probably a good steal. Let's see what he says about this. Is there anything else that he says? Someone traded these in, but I know about the Evo one, but the other one I've seen, it's the same brand. Okay, cool. That's what's up. I thought he was going to say something else about that, but that's really cool. So who's this? Some Environment 2634. Hey, good find. Thanks for sharing on Fight Sticks of Reddit. I don't own Fight Sticks of Reddit, by the way. I just really enjoy checking out the Fight Sticks. So there's that. I bought a Mayflash F700 as my first stick, and I enjoy it. It gets the job done. It gets the people going. Hey, that's not a bad arcade stick for the first one. That is not a bad arcade stick at all for the first one, the first go round. Definitely for it. Speaking of Mayflash F700, Spider Punk. Hey, here goes one right here. Arcade. I will say that it is a solid arcade stick. And they said this is their first time modding this particular arcade stick. And I think they did a good job. A little cute little kitty. Oh, little cute kitty. Oh, he has a prism ball bat top. That's really cool. I like that. Oh, you got a little kitty, bless you. Oh, cute, pressure. But yo, the Mayflash F700, man. If you're talking about, hey, I want to get an arcade stick and I want to make it work as soon as it comes out of the box, that's a great option. I'm gonna say Mayflash F700 and the Quamba Drone. Those two arcade sticks right out of the box. Guaranteed to work and get the type of results that you want. I know other people are like, well, what about the 8-bit do? Well, it's cool. It's cool and all. I'm just not a fan of the build of that particular one. You know, I think it's like I don't want to use the word generic because that's not the right word to use. But it's like when you talk about hip hop and you say that's an industry plant, I feel like the 8-bit do is like an industry plant when it comes to like arcade sticks and stuff like that. When there's so many other great options and better options, I feel like 8-bit do are better controller makers than they are, you know, arcade stick makers and leverless makers. And they're just taking advantage of an opportunity that's there because they can mass produce it. But that's all an opinion. There's nothing factual about that. That's there. That's just how I feel about it. But Mayflash, I think they're a great company, and this is a great build for our friend Dangerous Way. That gets an upvote. Too easy. Yo, Button Drummer, what's up, brother? I was debating on Quamba Titan or getting the T for the longest while. Titan is good, but you're not going to be able to put any like designs on it. All you can do is mod the button in the lever. And if you're into all that other fun stuff and putting new designs and pictures on your arcade stick, that's the iPhone of arcade stick. It just works out of the box, you know? It just works out of the box. For sale, Razer Kitsune. Also, Button Drummer had that bongo joint. That's freaking hilarious. The aluminum has been ruined by sweat. Any way I can fix. Stop sweating. Stop sweating. That's how you fix that. No, I don't know if there's a real fix for that one. Oh, this is a good one. I like this one a lot. I already uploaded this one. They bought this Hori. I have this arcade stick, but it's black. It's a Hori wrap. It's very nice. I like it a lot. This is a good look for anybody that's out there. This is what it looks like on the underside of the Hori wrap. And this is what I was talking about, PCBs, right? Anybody else that's out there that cares what I'm talking about right now? This is that PCB piece that I was talking about. In Hori's, I think it goes up to PS4 right now. And there's a couple other Horis that go up to PS3 only. And you're going to have to swap out that PCB so your stuff can work. I think another great thing, I wouldn't say great thing. One thing I find interesting, I think I'm going to talk about that on tomorrow. I got a fight stick build that I'm going to have tomorrow. We're gonna get back to aggressively building arcade sticks on this channel. And one thing that I've been kind of like a chip on my shoulder is this argument about people not liking acrylic arcade sticks. And it's not that I'm offended that they don't like it. I'm offended because people have been using cheap plastic arcade sticks, and the thing that makes them feel heavy is that they have a metal plate at the bottom of them. You can, like, no matter how you put it, you can drop any arcade stick out there and it's gonna break. Like, oh, if you drop this arcade stick, it won't break, but you drop an acrylic one, well, you shouldn't be dropping your arcade stick anyway. I mean, if you drop a freaking cup, it's gonna fall down. It's gonna break, you know. So be careful with your stuff, you know. Well, it's too light. Why do you want a super duper heavy arcade stick anyway? If you have a heavy arcade stick, it's gonna hurt your back unless you're at home just playing. You know, you got to take your arcade sticks places. I wear sleeves and gloves now. That's funny. The only thing that scares me about this stream right now is the fact that you're using day mode on Reddit. I'm using day mode on Reddit right now because it's on my PC. And it's so that you guys can see what's going on a whole lot better. But Reddit on my phone, it's in night mode. Reddit on my phone is in dark. My whole phone is like dark. So if it makes you feel better, this is my Reddit on my phone, Mr. Doge Taco. Lots of room to mod in that case. Well, so again, so what are we modding in there? You know, what extra room do you need to mod? You know, why you guys sweating so much playing video games? Turn down the big facts. Did you grow up on Xbox or PlayStation? Even though I think I know the answer. I grew up on Nintendo. I'm a huge Nintendo fan. Boom. See those Zelda hearts? And then I got a tattoo on I got a half sleeve of a Nintendo controller on my arm. So I grew up playing Nintendo, and then I switched and transitioned to Xbox 360. And then when the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One came out, I had both the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, and now I'm part of the master race. I have a Nintendo Switch. I enjoy the Nintendo Switch, but I enjoy the master race that's out there. I am the master race. PC gaming and Steam gaming. Woo, man. You can't beat it right now, man. But did you grow up? So when are you going to play Street Fighter 6 ranked with a steering wheel? Never. Oh, that's funny. But I do need to get back to Street Fighter 6 before my skills diminish. I need to do that again. I wouldn't mind doing that. Do you think a reason people don't like acrylic sticks is because how it feels in the hand? No, I don't think that. I think it's just the fact that someone can't afford it and they think that it should cost less than what it actually costs. I think that's the biggest one. My arcade stick is 11 pounds. Man, you're crushing your legs. Jesus Christ. My Taki fell off my lap once and it broke the lever. Not a ding in the case, though. Actually bent the lever shafts. Oh, wow. Well, Itakis are made out of, steel, right? It was a brass shaft, though. Well, that's something because most Americans grew up Xbox, and I kind of find it funny because 85% of the world grew up on PlayStation. You're telling on yourself, man. You're telling your age. And I'm going to tell you my age, and the reason why my answer is different than what you expected. I am 40. I did not grow up in the 2000s. I grew up in the 90s, man. PlayStation didn't exist until like 1996, 97. So I did have a PlayStation when I was younger, but I prioritized my Super Nintendo. My good friend Seabrooks here, he had a Nintendo 64, and I feel like I played his 64 more than I played my PlayStation, man. I was at his house a lot playing Killer Instincts Gold, you know. I had Tekken 3 and Street Fighter Alpha 2 and stuff like that. But I played a whole lot of Nintendo stuff. But growing up on the Xbox, that means you're a 2000s kid, or you were born in the 90s and lived your teenage years in the early 2000s. See, so that's where the interesting thing comes from. When you talk to older gamers, they're not going to give you your expected answer. So as a 40-year-old, ask the other people that are in their 40s, or I'm going to say in between the ages of, I'm going to say 35 to 45, most likely it's going to be between Nintendo and Sega. Yeah, shoot. My oldest son was born in 2007. You know, so you're going to get a way different answer from me than anybody else. But we're a little bit off. I was talking about this arcade stick here, and it breaking, and understanding that. 05 is still a big gap from 80. It's a huge gap from 85. Huge gap from 85. My wife was born 1990. But no. Back to this arcade stick stuff here, though. Arcade stick stuff. I think that my issue with the argument of acrylic versus this is a real arcade stick or not is the way you travel with it. And if you travel with the arcade stick and it's heavy, you know, and it weighs your back, it's going to demotivate you to go to your locals. My arcade stick is too heavy and cumbersome, so I cannot get to point A to point B with my arcade stick. And I don't think I like that. So like, to be able to pick up my arcade stick with one hand and hold it with one hand, I think is important. It's not easy to do this. I mean, it's still pretty heavy, but I want to be able to grab my arcade stick easily, you know. 05 is still a bit, but I'm 85, my wife 86, birth year, not age. Oh, man, I don't want to hear nothing about heavy arcade stick. We used to carry our whole computers to Golden Empire. I don't disagree with that. And I'm one of those people. However, I really want my argument. Go to a place like Evo. That's the place that everybody wants to go to. Evo, Combo Breaker, and the such. Go to those places, and you'll see people carrying it around and lugging around their arcade stick, proud of their arcade stick, but their back hurts. Those people aren't built to be carrying around stuff like that. I mean, you both know they're not built to carry around arcade sticks and such. And they need something a little bit lighter. Oh, this is that arcade stick for the cat build. I like that one. So it's like, come on, man. Prototype arcade stick. I can't see what's going on here. I don't know what they're trying to build. I can't see the vision yet. Ooh, wow. This is an interesting topic. Let's touch on this for a second. All right, so we have the company Nth. Issue with Nth creation orders, pre-orders from last year, not fulfilled while advertising new products. Ooh, that is a problem. 10 slots open, limited run to 10 numbered blue Kowloon pieces, 13 to 23. Support, it's important. All right, cool. That's what's up. So let's see what this person has to say about this. That's really interesting. Honestly, I've been wanting to not make a post like this for the longest, but at this point, I'm just very frustrated with how the process has been going. For some further background, at Evo Vegas in 2025, I saw the Nth Creation stick on display and fell in love with the design. Oh yeah, they had this whole station that was out there that showed different arcade sticks, right? That was good. Design work of quality, and as soon as Evo weekend ended, I ended up making a purchase at the beginning of August for their Atlas 2.5 controller. Ever since I made the order, it has been nothing but moving goalposts and a lack of accountability with Nth Creations and why their orders haven't been fulfilled. I've made multiple attempts to be in contact with Nth since August regarding the status of my controller, and every time hearing the promise of soon or I'm working on it. Many of the times I have reached out through different social medias, Twitter, Instagram, Discord, it has resulted in being ghosted or being responded to many days later, resulting in even more ghosting and receiving a response. Looking at their Discord, you can see a multitude of people asking about their pre-orders and hearing the same thing. Wow. Per the original pre-orders, it says that they would have shipped around mid to late September, and knowing when I ordered in August, I knew that there would probably be a delay of a month or two max. But the place where it is now is ridiculous. It has now been going on 6 to 7 months of time since I made my order. Since then, Nth has come out with new product lines and publicly working on other projects other than people's pre-orders from last year. It is really frustrating when after spending near $500 for a fight stick that you see the creator work on other projects and just ignore the customer that made those projects possible. Feels like you found their R&Ds and new projects to sell even more pre-orders for. Meanwhile, you still have what you paid for. You still don't have what you paid for, excuse me. Just at the end of last year, Nth came out with their new metal Prometheus line of controllers with the promise that it would not affect current Atlas pre-orders. These last couple of months, Nth has now been teasing these Kowloon lines of Atlas controllers through social media and their Discord. It has been incredibly frustrating to see that all these controllers were not actually other people's past orders that he has been working on, but actually a new series that Nth has put out to receive more pre-orders. That's interesting. I've seen other attempts of people publicly calling them out and them immediately coming to defend themselves, but when someone messages them or reaches out about orders, it is crickets. All I want from Nth is to be 100% transparent and hold themselves accountable about why pre-orders from last year have still not been fulfilled. I have seen some statements from Nth regarding hardships that they have went through over the past few months, and if that is what has been holding them back, that's fine, but don't lash out or dismiss concerns of those who've given their hard-earned money to you and just ignore them like the wind. Wow. All I'm asking for is to be honest with your supporters and give a solid date for when orders are expected to be fulfilled. If they said that pre-orders would be shipped out, that is, by the end of this or next month, while apologizing to fans about delays, I'd be fine with that. But with how the process has been going, I feel like I might be waiting for a few more months for my pre-order. This has been probably the worst pre-order experience of any brand or product in my life. I'm going to keep myself anonymous, but all I want is my fight stick that I ordered over a half a year ago, and hopefully Nth sees this and makes things right with all the people that have been waiting for their pre-orders. The person behind Nth seems like a good dude, and I hope he makes everything right for his customers. Wow. Okay, that's really interesting. That's super duper interesting. And I think the biggest thing here is if you have a problem with the company, especially when it's online, instead of going to them directly and asking for your money back, just especially when you're using stuff like Stripe, you can go in Stripe and say, "Hey, order hasn't been fulfilled." And it hasn't, and you file a complaint, and they will get your money back, and then they will ping the person that's there at this point, or and take their money back from that person, and ping them. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, at this point, I'm like, yo, freaking, I don't even want the arcade stick. I don't want the arcade stick. I just want my money back. And to me, I think that's more of the answer than trying to get your money back. Getting your arcade stick. Get your money back. Don't get the arcade stick. Call it a day and move on. I'm not saying that they shouldn't complain. I think they should complain. I think this is really important, that you should call it out. That's your hard-earned money. That's what the person said. But, I would definitely get my money back more than anything else. And shoot, for that matter, I've done that myself. I built an arcade stick. Hey, that's not what it wasn't too standard necessarily. So, hey, I'm gonna recall that arcade stick, or I'll give you your money back. Hold on to the product, or I didn't ship the product at all. Here's your money back. I've done that for hoodies. I've done that for jerseys. I've done that for arcade sticks before. And I'm like, yo, it just kind of is what it is. You got to bite your tongue and deal with it. There's several other companies that are out there that are big time companies that say, hey, my bad. I did that particular thing wrong. I didn't make right by the customer, but you want that customer to come back eventually. And I don't think that customer will come back, nor the other customers that are there that didn't receive their stuff. So, it just kind of is what it is. I hope there is some type of happy, ending, because I think Nth is a great company. I don't personally have one of their arcade sticks, but I've seen the work and the effort that they put in. And I've seen a couple other people that own arcade sticks there. So I hope there's a happy ending that comes to this with this particular arcade stick. I don't wish bad or ill on anybody on both sides, So I hope there's some closure. That's the word I want to use. I hope there's some closure here. You're not a baby. The FGC just old as bunch of unks nostalgic for the arcade. Yeah, we want the arcade so bad. Crazy in 2026 that some companies haven't learned how to treat customers right. Interesting. I'm not familiar with you're not familiar. Oh, they're a good company. Overall, they have some really good stuff. I'm in a lot of fight stick discords. Consumers seem to love Nth, but all the arcade stick people seem to hate them. I have an Nth. It's going to be my clear stick with my PC Fujin. It will be the twin of my PC V5 and clean sweep. Yes, clean sweep. Let's freaking go. A matter of fact, hey, what I would like for you to do, Button Drummer, inbox me to remind me. I'll cut a deal with you. I really want to do something cool with yours specifically. I got some ideas that I want to do, and I want to show you something real fast. All right, just wait. We'll get to this. And Tafu TKN, Nth is being confronted about this on the FS disc. Really? I didn't know that. Okay. Well, check this out. All right, I want to show you something. So Button Drummer, as you see here, with my arcade sticks, you see that little peg here? See that peg? That's how I hold my arcade sticks together. I think that's really clean. And I'm proud of that. I figured out how to make the arcade stick come together. That's really cool. However, that's for the clean sweep. One word. Well, is it one word? No, it's two words. Note taker. Note taker. Blaze Warrior, what's up? Customer serve in Africa is just a rumor. Trust me, they don't give it. What? That's a crazy thing to say, ball out. So again, Button Drummer, two words. Note taker. These are the new pegs, or not even pegs. These are new stands for the Note Taker arcade stick. The Note, man, my fingers are like crusty. Jeez, need to do something to put lotion on. This is for the Note Taker arcade stick, Button Drummer. See, and now, look. They hold it in place with that line there. So it's a little bit sturdier of a hold. Oh, I've been cooking. Me and Germs have been working together on some things because he 3D prints. But that's a story for another day. So, exactly. So now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the shape. It doesn't matter the shape of, or the size of the arcade stick no more. Now that I have my own version of stands. You listen. You hear that? With that being said, note taker. I don't mind saying it because nobody's going to be able to recreate what I'm talking about or have the thought process of what I'm talking about. Button drummer, how many times have you been playing on your arcade stick and you're like, yo, that was a good idea, and you don't have nowhere to write it down? Are you seeing the connection there? Bigger arcade stick means more space. What are you going to do with all that extra space? Note taker. I'll leave it at that. Let's do something, button drummer. Let's do something, button drummer. Hey, Yogi, what's up, man? How you doing? Hope all is well, man. So by this spring, by mid-spring or end of spring, we're gonna have three more. We're gonna have the Capri Clean Sweep. That's one. We already have that one. We're gonna have the Capri Clean Sweep Mini. I'm working on that right now. Then we're gonna have Clean Sweep for Steam Deck. That's gonna be really nice. That's gonna be real cool. And then we'll have the note taker. So we have like 4 products by the end of the year. I'm excited about that. Super excited about that. But back to this imp thing, man. I think this is like a really, and this is a sign to me like, hey, you got to do right by people. Not that I wasn't doing right by people, but I think the biggest thing, and one of the things that I have to learn how to balance here, right? I like the calm and mature demeanor of the chat. Yeah, man. Yeah, we chill over here, bro. We chill over here. It's about discussion. It's not about who's right or wrong. It's about discussion, self-discovery, and understanding ball out. That's what this chat is all about. That's what my channel is all about. That's what my community is all about. Self-discovery, and understanding. And that's why we're getting different results here. Right. I agree with you, Get Wrecked. Hey, Lenore, what's up, man? So here goes another part of this, right? I think that's the reason why I've been treating, like, I don't treat the Discord as an update hub of what I'm doing. Does that make sense? I don't treat the Discord like an update hub of what I'm doing. I treat the Discord like a community that, hey, I rock with him. He's a cool dude. So now I'm selling myself in addition to the arcade sticks and the other products. So like, for example, a new buddy, he's like, yo, you're a cool dude. I like the product. So he's able to, versus going to a customer complaint route, he just comes directly to me. And he's like, yo, my arcade stick, it has scratches on it. I'm sorry. Let me send you another sticker that goes on the arcade stick for you to put on there. He's like, okay, sure. Boom. Regardless if it was perfect, bad, or not bad, or whatever, you know, he's like, the fact that he was acknowledged was very important for him. Then the second part was me and him had a good laugh at the end of it, because as he inboxed me, he said, hey, they put the numbers on upside down. I was like, they put the numbers on upside down? He said, yeah, the 2 5s on my jersey, they're upside down. I'm like, there shouldn't be any 5s on the jerseys, because I put on the jerseys that I have for the old school jerseys, it has 22 based on the year that Team Capri was founded. So he's like, so I was like, are those did they take 2 5s and put them upside down and make them 2s? Or are those actually, he's like, oh, they're 2s. Like, yeah. He's like, my bad, I'm silly. But I have that neither one of us got angry because we already had this mutual respect for each other as acquaintances turning into friends and buddies. And I think that's really important with a lot of these arcade stick companies, you know, and he spent a pretty penny on the product too. I was like, yo, bro. So he got a hoodie, he got a jersey, and an arcade stick. And then another customer just got an arcade stick, and they're just kind of waiting for their stuff. And now it's like, okay, now that we're in the Discord and people are becoming buddies and they're talking about their own arcade sticks and presenting their own arcade sticks. Now it's my turn. You show me what you got. Let me show you how excited my customers are that are already in the Discord and you already know them. Let me show you how satisfied they are, and they don't even have to do a customer review. Now they're just shutting it down. Like, hey, you got one of those arcade sticks? Well, I got this one. And look, you're not in their Discord playing Tekken and interacting with the interacting with the owner. You know, so why would you get that arcade stick, you know? And that's kind of my goal there. And that's not a shot at any, like, for example, wait, hold on. My first arcade stick was for Dreamcast 10 years ago. Well, 10 years later, I bought a Hori Wrap, got one of those, arcade stick for the PS3. And for PS5, I have a Hori Alpha and a Holt C16. Oh, those are good. My half a year after paying the minimum communication sounds painful. Yeah. It does sound painful. However, and I think that's where I'm going at, and that's my point. What if this guy, an Nth, right? What if he was in his Discord and he was actually playing fighting games with his community? Now the conversation is different, right? Now the transparency is a lot different, right? And to me, that makes the most sense. So the next example, and we'll keep on going talking about these fight sticks and stuff like that, is the homie Johnny, right? Johnny Fraze is the guy that kind of, like, I was already into buying fight sticks, but he's the guy that kind of got me into DIY fight sticks. As you see behind me, I have one of the B&B arcade sticks that kind of reminds me this is where it started, right? That's the top plate for that particular stick. That kind of reminds me of that, right? But a lot of people come in, oh, I got one from J&K Design, or I got the For the Dub arcade stick. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But Johnny doesn't play Tekken. Johnny plays Street Fighter. So you come into my community saying, hey, I got this one. Well, what about everybody else in the community that got a clean sweep? Now you're the oddball. You're talking about how great we got a whole group of people that have an arcade stick that's manufactured for them with the thought of Tekken, with the mindset of Tekken, you know, instead of Street Fighter. Johnny's a Street Fighter guy, and he builds his arcade sticks for that, right? And not to say that he's not a good build, because again, I have two of his arcade sticks. I think he's a wonderful builder. I think he's amazing. I wouldn't pay for it if I didn't think so. And for that matter, I might just get a For the Dub just because, right? But he doesn't play Tekken with the community, and I think that's a really important thing because he plays Street Fighter with the community. I'm not building a Ninja Gaiden stick for you, but no, he plays Street Fighter with the community, and it's easier for that community to communicate and talk to each other about Street Fighter and how their arcade sticks work, right? Where if you are a Tekken guy and having good communication with other people that play Tekken and understanding, hey, that lever isn't built for that, right? These buttons aren't built for this, right? These buttons need to do like, and you need to set your stuff up like this, and we all can communicate in a very positive way about the setup of arcade stick or have very special input with particular arcade stick. So, and then obviously I use the product to play Tekken, and I'm pretty decent. I'm pretty decent. All right, let's keep on going talking about these arcade sticks. Man, that's crazy. I hate that happened with them. Oh, here we go. Ooh. Okay, so one of the big things that I've seen a lot of people have issues with is having straps with their arcade sticks. I think it's a really good idea to have straps. My only issue is how fragile some of the boxes can be. And so like you can't just have a thin piece of plastic or thin piece of acrylic. So you have to be very mindful of what you're putting on there and then what's being, you know, how weighted that particular arcade stick is, right? I think that's kind of my point with like acrylic versus metal versus insert thing here and how these straps all come together. So this is coming from DC Theo, Fight Stick Strap Mod concept. I've been testing various visions, I think he meant versions, of attaching picture hangers to sticks for the last 2-ish years, and it's been very successful. Wanted to show it off here since it's a $4 USD mod, and it's pretty easy in most cases. So let's see what he has here. Oh, I see what he did there. That's not bad. And then this is a hitbox. Hitbox is fairly light, so that kind of makes sense too. And so he has a little strap here and he kind of screwed it on. Okay, that's actually really cool. That's actually a really good idea. And I see like he has it for the cross up as well. This isn't a bad idea at all. Oh, and he has it also for his hoe. I'll buy that. Oh, this is for hanging. I like that he figured out a way to hang this. And this is an Evo build. Oh, and it has a Brook fight stick. So that isn't a hold if it has the Brook PCB in there. So I don't know if this is a hold. I'm just going to say it's a hold anyway. And there's the back kind of showing how this all comes together. And oh, here goes another one. That's from Hitbox. Okay. He has quite a few arcade sticks. So he's really putting in the time and the effort in this. So I got to give this man his props on this one. And this is a great idea. Hey, good job. DC Theo. I hope he has success in trying to figure out how to get these straps to work perfectly in the right way. I think straps are a great idea, especially if you don't want to carry a book bag around. And you kind of see that on Tekken. I don't know if anybody's sitting there on Tekken as your little avatar, but I think that's a good idea for different arcade sticks here to have straps so it's easy to transport, because you just don't want to hold on to it or have a handle. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, straps are great for walking. In I've been wanting to do this. I want to do a guitar strap or something like that. The guitar straps you can find really easy at Guitar Center, or you can order them online, and they have these little nodules that you can just slam. And I don't want to use the word slam, but you can screw in without an issue. I think that's probably a good idea, and I think I'm going to put that on the note taker. Very nice Virtual Fighter stick. Guitar strap. Yeah, the guitar strap lock. So, all right. So that's the next part of it. Yes, you're right. The lock system on the guitar strap, you don't want the strap on there and then have the strap then get in the way and you trip over it. So you want it to have easy release. And I think a lot of guitar straps do that. Got to consider weight when choosing a strap hardware. Yes, for sure. For sure. I'm a fighter that plays on drums. I guess I'm a screwed, huh? Yeah, you're definitely screwed. I see no Mortal Kombat mentions. I don't think Mortal Kombat needs that. Mortal Kombat doesn't mean niche. We're talking about arcade sticks, bro. But straps are great for walking around. Yes, they definitely are. Guitar strap lock with actual guitar strap. Yes, exact. And that will allow for so many other ways for self-expression too, Plus the straps, you can find something suitable, artistic to. Yep, I didn't even read that. We said the same thing. Put a M249 strap on that. No, no, we're not. We're not putting weaponry accessories on our video game equipment. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. If somebody's going into the armory stealing stuff from the military just so they can use it for their arcade stick. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. That's good. I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone out there that does custom guitar straps too, so you could get your favorite fighter or whatever on the strap. Yeah, yeah. I think, and again, I think Johnny already does guitar strap version of his, and there's a couple other people that are doing guitar strap versions of their arcade sticks, and it's matching. So yeah, it shouldn't take much. As a matter of fact, let's see. Let me see something real quick. Like, let's type in guitar Amazon. You just look on Amazon right now and go guitar strap. And so look, they're already showing off a whole lot of great and different options here. My goodness, a lot of options already. You know, come on, a lot of really good options. I mean, they got flowers, they got stripes, they got electricity. Oh look, this is custom. It looks like it's customly woven and stuff. Like, the incredible idea. And then let's see, guitar strap, and then then you can easily get a guitar strap lock. Oh, come on, man. This is freaking great. Freaking great idea. Now let's see, guitar strap. Let me see if they have a Street Fighter one. Let's see if they have, they gotta have a Street Fighter guitar. There's no way you can put your own text here. You can say Street Fighter right there on there. Man, I'm not seeing a that's a skull one. That's kind of cool. What's this? Yeah, they got several options here. Let me see, guitar strap. Let me just type in video games, right? Do they have like a Pac-Man joint? It doesn't look like they have one. This is Nickelodeon. Ren and Stimpy. Okay. Boom, that's a Nickelodeon one. I wonder, you know what? One that's really easy to find would be like Pac-Man or something like that. Let's type in Pac-Man and see if that one's there. Pac-Man. Yeah, Pac-Man? Well, it's yellow. I guess that's as close as you can get. But, you know, there's Snoopy. There it is. They got some other stuff. But regardless, if you look hard enough, I think you can find it. I think that's my argument. If you look hard enough, you can find it, right? I can adjust the strap, kind of keep it in place. Oh, yeah, you could. Oh, wait, hold on. So, wait, button drummer. So you take the guitar strap, put it around your waist, right? And so, you know how people have the issue with the arcade stick sliding on and off their lap and stuff like that? If you have the strap on your waist and then tighten it up and sit it on your lap, now you're not going to have that issue. And you don't have to have the extra pad under it. What? Button drummer, you're a genius. Everyone loves a lock. Everybody loves a lock. Bro, I just had an idea. You know these lap desks for using your laptop on the couch? What about building a fight stick out of something like that? I mean, can just set a stick on your lap anyway, but was a thought. The problem you run into with that one is the item, like how you can build it. And Etsy would probably have a lot of cool You're right, Zozilla. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. All right. So get wrecked. The problem, what you say is a great idea. The problem that you run into is the stuff that's needed to actually, the equipment that's needed to actually do that is expensive. So for example, a drill isn't that expensive, and then I can use it for everyday use, so it's multi-functioning. So there's certain things that I need a drill for an arcade stick so that it will work properly. And I think that's really important. And so that, you know, it has little grooves so that you can put the screws in so the screws are flush, right? However, there's a machine, a big machine that does it better, right? And that machine you also can use to drill holes in your in your arcade stick. But the problem that you run into is, the first part is it's expensive. It's about $200, $300 for that particular product, or that machine, that useful machine. The second part of that is it's heavy. So you have to buy additional equipment in order for you to use that said machine. So that's another $200, $300 so that you have stable equipment for it. So if you are not selling your products or aggressively getting at the product, then it's not worth it. So now, in addition to that, the insides of a arcade machine is the arcade stick is the most expensive stuff. Like, I'm not going to tell you my prices, but I'm just going to say the typically a case, the person that's making the case, they can, for the most part, they can get it under $150, right? Generally, they can get it between $100 and $150, right? That's one part of it. But then you got the buttons. The buttons easily can be $100. The levers right now are range between $60 and $100. Then you got the wiring. That's another $20. So it's like, boom, yo, this is all expensive. So now we got a lap desk version of the arcade stick. Let's take a look at how much a lap desk is. And then that lap desk, even though we turned it into something, it's still not necessarily my product. So then I would have to make my own lap desk too. So let's see, lap desk. Boom. Let's see, 25 bucks. No. $36 for this. So I have to buy $36 for one of these style lap desk things. $61, that one's a little bit more premium, $38. So I'm like, at that point, I'm like, I might as well get, the other stuff. So then on top of that, there's a bottom part of this, right? That bottom part, I have to figure out a way to close that up. And if I can't figure out how to close it up, then I'm still losing, right? I'm still losing. Like this one, for example. So the first part, this is great. I think this is amazing. But look at the bottom here. I have to open up this bottom, and then I have to reseal the bottom, and it just made a mess. I don't know if it's worth the effort more than anything else, in addition to buying the drill and all that good stuff. So, oh yeah, I didn't consider. You have a machine for cutting the plastic, right? Yes, I do. I have a literal laser cutter. It's a cutter that cuts I got that for sure. Got to make Home Depot run for that. Yes, Joel. The one with legs at the bottom, but you still have to figure out how to cover it too, because all the wiring that's under there. As much as we're saying I don't care. Yeah, I just, I think it'd be cool. You end up caring after a while, because that's just how a gamer and a tinkerer works. Like, this is cool. The top half, that is, how do I cover that? So let's see. Do I have it? Because I love my wife. Did I match my Harry? What's up, man? Did you match your hat to your shirt, or match your shirt to your hat? Honestly, I put my shirt on first, and I was like, hey, I don't want to look stupid, so I'm not gonna put on like a black hat. Black hat doesn't really go, and it kind of just throws off the whole vibe, right? So then I was like, where's my Evo hat? It's more of it just so happens I have a blue hat, more than it is that I intentionally was just going out of my way and looked in my closet, and it's like, boom, blue hat time. But your way of life is valid too. I usually put my pants first, but your way of life. Well, actually, I put my socks on first. Socks and underwear, that makes the most sense, Harry. Why don't you put your socks and underwear on first? Why would you put your pants on first and then your underwear? That doesn't make sense. Haha, two can play this game, brother. Two can play this game. Now we're talking chaos. Hey, welcome in, man. Welcome to the stream, dude. Oh, thanks for giving me a good laugh, dude. But all right, so get wrecked. First part, boom, here we go. I got one. This is just a tray. It's like a food tray, and my wife works on this from time to time. And I was like, okay, cool, that's what's up. But look on the underside of here. How do I open it? How does she open this thing? I don't even know. Oh, there we go. See, it's really thin. It's really thin, and it's like, yo, I can't do anything with that, right? So there's that one, and I would then have to figure out how to make a cover. So now, the one that I think would work very, very well is one like this. It makes sense. You have a little drink holder, you got a cup holder and all that good stuff. Oops, sorry. You got a drink holder, cup holder, and all that stuff, but you're still having to figure out how to insulate or cover all the spaces, you know? So it works in theory, but being a little bit more practical, I don't know if it works all the way, you know? But I just kind of still prefer the just regular old arcade stick. Listening to you talk about arcade stuff feels like I'm listening to Mandarin Chinese. I literally know nothing about arcade stick stuff. It's okay. Hang out with me more, ball out, and you'll be a subject matter expert in no time, man. Yeah, I guess I was thinking more just adding those kind of legs on a stick. Now that's different. Adding legs on a stick, that's different. I've been talking to Crazy about that. One of the big things with like this here, I would love, because Crazy, he stands. What the cuss? Crazy stands up when he plays fighting games, right? So I was like, what is it like for Crazy to be able to stand up this high and be able to play somebody on his arcade stick? I think that'd be cool. If anybody look him up, even Bandai Namco shouted him out and said, "Yo, we have a person that stands when they play fighting games," and I was like, "Yo, that's freaking great." It's an intimidation prep. No. Crazy. He plays on his Victrix Pro. You don't stand up. That's interesting. He has his Victrix Pro, and he plays with his hands like this, and he stands kind of like behind you. It looks like he's playing with himself a little bit, but he stands up. And he's standing slightly behind you when he's playing fighting games. So when he's getting sweaty, and like normally he, like when you see him on stream or when he's just playing with us, he plays like this. Like, I know my friend very well, right? I know my friend very well. So he plays like this. He's kind of slanted over like this, and he's playing like this. But when it gets serious, he doesn't sit up. He stands up and starts playing like this. Yeah, he stands to play. And that so I've been working on that. It just hasn't been like, it's a side quest, not the main quest, you know? Oh, we talked about this guy last week. Let's see what else is here. Oh, this is nice. We got a Street Fighter joint right there. We just talked about that one. Ooh. All right. Let's talk about this one. Let's talk about what this one. This doesn't even have a lot of pictures, but let's talk about this one first. We have Fist of the North Star. Fist of the North Star.
I gotta believe.
Yo, thank you. I appreciate that. Yo, Fist of the North Star is hands down one of my favorite animes of all time. And they put Fist of the North Star on a Hori Alpha. This is the first time this person has made a custom fight stick. This is Kalim. Is Kalim the? I don't know how to say that, so I'm sorry for butchering their name. But look at this. This is actually really nice, man. It gives the essence and the aura of Fist of the North Star, right? Oh man, I love this one. This is really nice, and I'm also glad that they like just left it black, right? This is not black, not. No, this is very, very nice. I think the biggest thing when it comes to the Hori Alpha is not to say the Hori Alpha is a bad arcade stick, right? I think the Hori Alpha is a wonderful arcade stick, but it leaves more space for you to imagine what could be than anything else, right? So the only place you can put artwork is right there on the faceplate, and then either you have it black or purple as the case. And I think what I wish that Hori would have done with this is also let you flip it over and have a design on the back, maybe. It's very easy to open up. I'll give them that too, so that you can customize and do things like that. But for a company like this, I in my opinion, I think I want more. I want more options and abilities to customize my arcade stick more than anything else. So I wouldn't mind seeing a red Hori Alpha or a blue Hori Alpha, you know, or for that matter, be able to swap out panels. I think Hori allows you to swap out those side panels that they have. I think that'd be really cool. That'd be really nice to be able to do. Yeah. But this right here, I think it's dope overall. I love Fist and North Star. Oh my goodness. Oh man, I love this arcade stick. Hey, again, Harry, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Is he on Pat? Crazy? Yeah, he's on Pat. I had a friend who stand up and kind of like hop around when he gets real into it. Now hopping around, that's what, why are we hopping around, dude? Remind me of myself when I was young. I always played standing up, never sat down until I was maybe 13. Fair enough. To make a standing stick work, you must buy a 0.00001 pound level spring. Oh, yeah. Tetsuhara is the greatest manga. Yes, I could agree with that, Joel. My problem with Alpha is that the space between top and bottom when closed. I'll buy that. I can see that. I don't believe in arcade sticks, but then again, I'm mid-level scrub. Well, you know, the thing that I say, Harry, pads are for women. You see what I did there? The Fighting Edge was way better than the Alpha. Yes, I agree with that. I don't know why Hori went cheap. I don't either. The Wrap and the Wrap Pro and a couple of their other arcade sticks are like way better. They're just way better like builds, in my opinion. I wish they would like have a Hori an updated Hori Wrap. I think that'd be the next level of things, man. I bought my Alpha because it is licensed for PlayStation 5. I mean, that's fair. I respect that. You want something that's guaranteed to be compatible with your stuff? I'm okay with that, man. How old were you when we learned that hitting the button harder doesn't do more? I don't know. What age was I at? You know, I don't remember. Or hey, what age? Get wrecked. What age were you when you realized that doing this doesn't make you turn more in the game? or doing this doesn't allow you to see better and peek around corners in the game. When did you find that out? Sorry, my smartphone makes words like it big. Pause. No Diddy. Hey, what's up, CB? How's it going, man? You feel like you just ruined Christmas. That's funny. I have 2 wraps. 2 okay. Yeah. Bro, I still can't sit still when it gets red. That's funny. That's what my parents did in Mario Kart, and they did like, it was funny. You heard Sony pressured Hori to rush the Alpha for the Street Fighter 6 release. You know what? I don't think it would make a difference. And here's the reason why I don't think it makes a difference. I went to Evo, and a company, the Hori was there, and I was talking to their American liaisons, right? And I picked up the controller, I started playing with this. Like, oh, you like this controller? It's like, it's all right, you know. I think there's a lot of stuff that can be worked in this controller. It's very light, and it feels it makes sense that it sounds mechanical and the push buttons are there, but it feels like cheap plastic. Yo, hey, brother Combs, what's up, brother? Long time no see, man. But the guy said, oh, tell me more. I said, I made a whole video about this, and in this video, I talked specifically about like the controller. And he said, well, we tried to make a lighter controller, so there's only but so much we can do. I said, but while making a light controller, it's the feel of it. So if it was a light controller and it was aluminum, it'd be one thing. But you made a light controller that's out of plastic, and it doesn't have the feel of something that's sturdy. And this is the controller I was talking about. On paper, yo, what's good? I want to work with let's talk, G&G. Boom, here you go. There you go. So here goes this is one of their latest ones that they have. They have a Street Fighter version of this as well, right? There's a Street Fighter one of this well. And I'm like, on paper, this actually works very well. To me, this makes sense. The problem is, I shouldn't be able to do that with the controller. I don't feel like I'm in danger of damaging this. I don't want to be sensitive about this controller. When I get upset, I'm gonna throw it down, and I'm okay that it breaks. And for its price point, I don't think that's good, right? I bought this controller so I can review it, right? Whereas I can find a better controller for cheaper. So what, this is like $80, right? This controller right here does the exact same thing, except for it doesn't have an analog stick. It feels a little bit better. It's a little bit more compact. That's why it feels good. And it's $20. So why would I get that 6 button instead of over this one? It doesn't make sense to me. Especially knowing that, like, with this controller, after about a year and a half, like, the buttons start getting, run down just like any other controller. If the $80 controller like that is gonna get run down, I just wasted my money, So I talked to the guy about that, and he's like, "Oh wow, I didn't think about it." It's like, yeah, you got to start asking more people about your controllers that are actually playing, not just someone that's like casual. Like, find somebody that's like just hardcore. I play Tekken, and they play Tekken controller, and get the answer versus like, hey, I got an idea. I just like controllers, But Curry, #1 fan. No, I don't need any logos. I'm a graphic designer myself. But you can give me a sub. I would appreciate it. Sony needed a PS5 stick for the Street Fighter 6, so they made Hori Rush. Yeah. It's a shame because what's even crazier now, Sony's getting ready to release their arcade stick, and that mofo is gonna sell like hotcakes. I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up turning out to be industry standard and saying, hey, the only fight sticks you can use are from these approved companies. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Especially when you're talking about majors and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Oh, I've got something like that. It's that Hori Octa. Yes, the Hori Octa is really nice. The PS1 emulator needs that touchpad. Yes, it does. Without this, I can use my Hori Rap and Wingman very well in PlayStation. But I can play games like Tekken 3 because missing touchpad. So yeah. Yeah, that's a problem for me. I think I don't think, like, the touchpad is important, but I think that's my beef with Sony right now. They make a lot of their streamed games or their old school games, you got to use the touchpad. I think that's stupid. Lucky if you get a year and a half out of the expensive controllers. They wear out in like 3 to 4 months if you play a lot. No, that's true. That's very true. Let's get a few more of these. Let's get 1 or 2 more and we'll call it a day. Ooh, this is nice. This one is a Jury custom fight stick from El Gato Rosso. This is actually really nice. Here's my 2 cents. This is a cross up without being a cross up. You'll notice the button placement here. it has all the elements of a cross up, but it's been placed differently. So this makes me wonder, now that he has 4 buttons on top here, and then he has an additional button right here, I'm like, okay, which is which and what is what? Are these like R3, L3? You know, I'm not too sure about that, but ultimately, I think I like this. This is actually, and is that a pill? Is that a pill top? Oh no, it's just a regular ball top. From above, it looked like a pill top for me just a little bit, but I'm glad he's able to get that other angle there. That's actually really nice. I like the direction they're going. So, oh wait, hold on. This MF glows. Wait, hold on. Is that the lighting that he has in the room? It kind of looks like it, because on this side it doesn't look as vibrant, but still, this is a very nice arcade stick. And any of you guys that are Jury fans out there, I'm pretty sure you guys appreciate this stick too. I'm loving everything about it. Look, it even has a cute little charm there. That's a nice little touch, kind of showing like, oh yeah, I thought about this. I'm going to include the screws in this, you know, arcade stick, and, you know, put a little design charm on there. I think that's really cool. I like that a lot. Hey, good job on this particular arcade stick. El Gato Toros, or Rosso. I'm saying that right. El Gato Rosso. Good job. That gets an upvote. That definitely gets an upvote. I like that one a lot. Like it a whole lot. Yeah, I love the colors too. Like, I'm not a fan of purple, but when purple's done right, I like it a lot. Like, you can't just throw purple anywhere. You got to make sure it blends the right way. The Pony PS5 stick is going to have a digital lever. Yeah, I think that's going to be cool. I like the overall design. The art and the hardware colors go perfect. Yeah, it goes very well. 1-button super. No, Joel, why are you like this? No 1-button supers. Why are you like this? For you nasty feet lovers out. Yeah, it's definitely for the nasty feet lovers. You're right. Oh, this is a nice one too. I like this. Just got a Quamba Sapphire solid build. Great value for $165. Yeah, that's not bad. And let's check out one more that we can do for a video. Hey, oh, wait, hold on. I think that's probably, yeah, I think that's going to be the last one we talk about today. I think this is a good place to end it at, all right, for this section of the stream. Earlier, we were just talking about how the Hori Alpha is a step down, or maybe even a downgrade compared to what Hori used to build. And here it is. Naughty Boy 5 found this on a local marketplace, another Hori Vulix or VLX. And I think this is one of the best Hori arcade sticks that they ever made. And I don't know why they don't go back and revisit this arcade stick. I think it's an incredible arcade stick. It's like, it has the just right amount of big, heavy, and this is my arcade stick out there. I think it's hands down the best one that's out there that's built like this. And it's an amazing arcade stick to make you feel like you're playing at an arcade cabinet, one of the Japanese arcade cabinets at that. And it's just a gorgeous design, and it's just big and wide. And I love it, man. Let's take some other looks at it. So he has it on the side here. He's an arcade stick collector. So yeah, I'm pretty sure he's very happy. Oh, he has 2 of them. Excuse me, sir. You have 2 of them. What a flex! Wow. And see, you can kind of see and compare how big the Hori wrap is compared to this one right. Is that a wrap? No, that is not a Hori wrap. I'm not sure which version of Hori it is, but it's not a wrap. So I apologize for calling it the wrong thing. But look how much bigger this arcade stick is compared to those other ones. And if you like something that's really big and you want to sit on the lap, this is the way to go. But they just don't make it on demand like they used to. And I wish they would go back and revisit this. Hori made a really good one. And now, when you go online, I think the cheapest one that I saw of this was about $400. They get really, really steep if you go and try to find it out in the wild. Hori, please revisit this arcade stick, or take the Hori Alpha and rebuild it and make it longer, right? Make it long. This is sign language for longer. Make it longer, make it wider, make it fit all the way in your lap, like so. I personally, even though I make my own arcade sticks, I would buy one if I could find it. And maybe it's the price point. People won't buy a $400, $500 arcade stick. Maybe that's the case. I'm not sure, but I'm a fan of this. And I wonder what price does it say the price he got it for? He found this out in the wild. Oh, he got it for 100 pounds. That's pretty good. So what's that translate to? $150, $200 in American dollars? I'm not sure. I don't know how to, do the whole marketplace thing, but that's a pretty daggone good deal, man. That was a good find, dude. A very, very, very good find. Big shout out to him. Naughty Boy 5. Good job. Like it a lot. Susie Monster, what's up, girlfriend? I did. Yo, Susie, I had that for like 3 or 4 years. It was time for a change, yo. I didn't want to look like a smart ass. That's what it made it look like. Yeah, the Horde of Ulix is nice. Love the wide case. Yes, I love them a lot. I love a big body like that. Yes. It's great for the house, but man, it's bigger and heavier than the Dragon. Yes, I know. This freaking crazy. And the Dragon is a heavy one. The Nacon Deja, I have a Nacon Deja, and I don't like that one that much. I thought I was gonna like it, but I don't like it at all. The king of the king of sticks, yes. They're $600 a pop. Yeah, that's stupid. It is a 6 out. I saw a new one sell on Arcade Shock for $700 a couple months. Ooh, they kept it new in the box in storage. Wow, they made partnerships with Tato to make the Vulix. They could do a partnership with Capcom to make that thing, man. I should. That's what that red one is. Oh, you're talking about that's what the Deja. Yeah. That's the PlayStation. No, that's the Xbox version of it. The PlayStation version has a white outline on it. Now I gotta pay attention because it's white like everybody else. Yes, it is. All right. Yeah. And I think that's where we're gonna stop today for now for arcade sticks of Reddit. And we can go on to our next thing and we can start officially arguing about stuff. I think this is gonna be fun. Let's argue. All right, let's definitely argue. I think this might be worth the discussion. I definitely think this is worth the discussion. Put my argue hat. Let me flip this around like Ash Ketchum. No, I'm kidding. So this isn't really it's not a true argument, but I think that it's worth talking about, So I'm really gonna take my time and like piece by piece, I'm really gonna take my time with this. So if you see me pause, it's because I'm reading my notes and stuff like that. And I promise I'm gonna get to the chat and talk through the chat and talk with you guys about this. Okay. Yeah. Greetings, most determined soul. CJ Berry, the leader of waves and waves of people in determination. CJ's who I am, MDSoul, what I am, so you guys can just call me CJ. And today we're talking about fighting game Mount Rushmore, not specifically the game itself, but we're going to break it down to say, hey, these characters are on my Mount Rushmore, and these are the things that define this genre of gaming. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair way to look at it. So let's start with this. When people talk about like a Mount Rushmore or anything along those lines, people tend to say, hey, this is a ranking. And I'm like, no, Mount Rushmore doesn't necessarily mean that there's a ranking. Or say, hey, this is strongest, who wins the most, or, I really don't think that's what a Mount Rushmore is. So we have to establish what a Mount Rushmore is, right? Because I really don't think Mount Rushmore means that they're the best or they're the strongest, right? When you look at the Mount Rushmore, we had Teddy Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, Jefferson, all that good stuff, right? And are those the best presidents? No, Abraham Lincoln, sorry. Thomas, no, wait, you got Abraham. It's not about the Mount Rushmore itself. That's not the point. Get off of that, all right? But what I'm saying is those presidents that are represented on Mount Rushmore, they're not necessarily the best presidents ever, right? Because if that's the case, you know, people would argue like, hey, put JFK up there, put this president up there, put that president up there. But people tend to always revert back to saying, you know, it's the best, and that's really not the case. So we have to really, really take a deep dive and understand that. So George Washington, for example, he was the first president, so he had a lot of impact. So that makes sense. You know, Abraham Lincoln, again, maybe not necessarily the best president, but it's about his impact and what he was about and what he represented more than anything else. So a Mount Rushmore is four figures that represent defining eras, impact, and identity of something bigger than themselves. That's what that is more than anything else. So when we start talking about fighting games and what this is and what that isn't, I think it's really important to understand when we're having this discussion, not argument, having this discussion, we're able to say the reason why I believe that this character is on my Mount Rushmore, because Mount Rushmores are also, you know, somewhat opinions, right? They're on my Rushmore. It's because they had this type of impact on the community and on the culture of the FGC. We're talking about characters that helped build the genre. They shaped what came after and are recognizable even outside the hardcore fan base and represent different lanes or philosophies. We're not creating a tier list. This isn't about competitive viability. And it's definitely not, this is my favorite. But I will admit, there's going to be a lot of bias that all of us have when it comes to fighting game characters that help define the genre. I think that's the best way to say that. This is my Mount Rushmore of fighting game characters that help define the genre. So before we even get into this, I think the biggest thing is saying, hey, where are we pulling from? And we have to pull from franchises that are the most influential and defining of an era, right? And right off the rip, we can say Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Tekken. Very easy to do. I think we all can agree those are the big three when it comes to fighting games, period. But that fourth one, that's a really important one that we have to put there. And with that, I'm going to have to say that fourth franchise is going to be between SNK and Smash. Now, I get it. Some people like Smash isn't a fighting game. I get it. But technically it is. It's like saying Apex isn't a first-person shooter, and it is. But for the sake of the argument and talking about defining a genre, we're going to stick with SNK, and we're going to take a focus on KOF. So KOF is going to be our fourth one that we're going to put emphasis on and saying, hey, we're pulling from these four franchises right here. And from these four franchises, this is what's going to describe our Mount Rushmore. So now the question is, if each of these games get one face carved into the mountain, who actually deserves that spot? I think that's fair. I think that's super duper fair. Super duper fair. So now I can officially turn off the chat on the screen, because y'all fixing to go back and forth, and people are gonna jump in the chat and just say all sorts of stuff. Oh, they're gonna say all sorts of stuff, right? So let's start with this. Street Fighter. Who are the main players of Street Fighter? And there's lots of ups and downs, and this is why and that's why. Hey, let me know in the comments who you think are probably the three characters that define Street Fighter, let me know in the comments below and we can discuss, right? So where I stand at with Street Fighter is, of course, we have Ryu. Ryu is definitely the blueprint. We all are going to say Ryu is the blueprint when it comes to Street Fighter. But Street Fighter isn't all about these types of mechanics that Ryu represents, right? It's about the culture as well. So we're gonna have to throw Ken in there also. Ken is very defining when it comes to Street Fighter. He's also been picked as a character to go other places to be recognized by other people. He's a very popular character. And then lastly, we have Chun-Li. She is the fighting game first lady. I don't know what else to say to that. Now, do we have Camis? Do we have Bisons and stuff like that? Yes, absolutely. But when you step outside of fighting games and you go ask your mom, who is this? Who is that? They're not going to say Tiger Uppercut. They're not going to say Psycho Crusher. They're not going to say, ooh, Cammy has nice butt cheeks. They're not going to say that at all. They're going to say Hadouken, or they're going to say Yatta. So I think Ken, he can take a step back. And then now it's about Ryu and Chun-Li. I think it's about Ryu and Chun-Li at this point. And for the sake of controversy, because I want you guys to talk in the chat and say, this is the reason why I think this one is the better option, I'm going to go with Chun-Li. And the reason why I'm going to go with Chun-Li is because she's one of the most important female characters in fighting games. She's one of the first playable females in fighting games. She's instantly iconic, recognized even to people who don't even play fighting games at all. Ryu is up there, and I agree with you on that. But for the sake of my Rushmore, I'm going to put Chun-Li in that spot for Street Fighter. I'm willing to say that. So let me know in the comments below again if Chun-Li or Ryu, or for that matter, another character, is in that space. Going on to the next franchise, we're going to talk about Mortal Kombat. There's no denying how influential Mortal Kombat is. But then we have to ask ourselves, who are some characters that make Mortal Kombat stand out? Some say Liu Kang, because of course he is a Bruce Lee, archetype, right? Then we have Shang Tsung because he's able to morph and change into different characters. We even seen the movie, Mortal Kombat, and one of the things that people say is, "Your soul is mine," right? That was an iconic phrase, right? But even though I'm like Liu Kang, Shang Tsung, they're great guys. Mortal Kombat, nobody cares about those guys. Like, really, we don't care. We care about the ninjas. We care about the ninjas. And one of the most iconic ninjas that are out there, Scorpion and Sub-Zero. And honestly, I'm surprised there aren't as many, stories that pull in Scorpion and Sub-Zero that much more, making them the main character. Lately the focus been like Liu Kang. He's the god Liu Kang and talking about the Outer Worlds. But really, we all want to talk more and learn more about Scorpion and Sub-Zero. So now we're there. Which one do we want? Scorpion or Sub-Zero? And it kind of is what it is. I'm going to have to roll with Scorpion. And here's the reason why I'm going to roll with Scorpion, right? It's because even if you don't play fighting games, if someone says, hey, do you want to play Street Fighter? Do you want to play Mortal Kombat? You want to play Tekken? Immediately, if you're casual and you don't know better, if you don't say Hadouken, you know what you're saying? You're saying, get over here. Come here. You're saying things like that. And ultimately, I'm almost willing to say that when it comes to fighting games, Scorpion is like the mascot of all fighting games and very influential, right? Even like Toasty, even though that's a guy popping out the corner, you still reference that and go, boom, that's Scorpion right there. I think that's a really, really good choice for our Mount Rushmore, especially for this franchise. Just kind of is what it is with that one, man. I really like Scorpion a lot. He's not my main, and it's kind of my point when I'm like biased. It's it's out there. My favorite character in Mortal Kombat is Johnny Cage. I love Johnny Cage, but I do understand that he doesn't have the same cultural impact as a Scorpion. I think that's fair. I think that's super fair. Now, moving on, we're going to the next franchise, which is Tekken. Tekken. You gotta do what? You gotta believe. Yo, Crazy, what's up? Thanks for the raid. I really appreciate you on that one. Thank you so much. And welcome in raiders and welcome in everyone that's there. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But let's get back to this. Now we go into the next franchise, which is Tekken. The king of the Iron Fist tournaments enter the Tekken. I think this one's a little bit harder to break down because there's so many great characters, from Kazuya to Hayachi to King, Nina, Anna. This is a game where there's more character experts than any other game. I don't know the stats on that, but I just feel that way because there's so many different moves for each character. So you have a bond with the character that you've chosen, right? If you play Brian, you're probably not going to play any other character. But that's not to say that there aren't people out there that play all the characters, have a general knowledge and a good knowledge of the characters out there, right? That's not what I'm saying at all, right? But we're talking about general impact, right? When it comes to the game. So I'm going to say that you got a character like Kazuya who represents the origins of this game, right? He's a good choice, right? Then we have characters like King. I'm gonna say he represents the people. He's the people's champ, right? Everybody loves King. Everybody loves that grappler because he's so relatable, right? He's very, very relatable. But the character I'm gonna choose in this spot here is gonna be Jin. And the reason why I think it's Jin is because Jin, I'm willing to say that he carried the game into the modern era. It just kind of is what it is. You have Tekken 1, Tekken 2, and then you got Tekken 3. Boom, here's Jin. Jin's amazing. He has the moveset of his mom and his dad. His mom and dad are out of the game. He is the main character of Tekken 3, and a lot of things surround him, and he ushers in the new era of Tekken, and he continues to hold that spot. Now, as other things come about Tekken, you still see him. And what's the thing that you recognize the most when it comes to Tekken? You recognize that glove. The glove that's like that has a little triangle, and that glove. Now, does Kazuya have that? Yes, but I think it's associated with Jin at this point, right? And then also the logos that are there, that tattoo that's on Jin's arm. Yo, people wear that as a shirt. I'm like, yo, that's a freaking great shirt. Outside of the Mishima Sabatsu and G Corp and all that good stuff, I know it's one's Hayachi, one Kazuya is still influential, but like Jin is definitely like the guy that kind of represents, Tekken. But now, if you think that's another character that's there, please, let's discuss in the comments, We don't have to be nasty in the comments or anything like that. This is a normal adult conversation about, hey, this is how I feel about this character, and this is my Mount Rushmore, and this is the character that I believe should represent these games, or this game, right? So leave a comment down below, and let's talk about it right there. Now, let's go to the one that's in our fourth spot, our fourth place here. We already argued and discussed. I don't want to use the word argue. I'm sorry. Let's use the word discuss. We already discussed why we're choosing SNK over Smash. And then on top of, choosing SNK over Smash, we're saying we're kind of folks have a good focus on, King of Fighters. It's very difficult to just stick with King of Fighters, but I'm just gonna stay in that space. There's so many great characters that are in the SNK franchise. No different. There's so many great characters that are in the Capcom franchise. You know, like with Darkstalkers, Morgan is a great example of that. Morgan's a wonderful character that probably could fit on the Mount Rushmore of fighting games when it comes to influential characters, right? But with SNK, I'm gonna stick with King of Fighters, right? The reason why we have to do that is because we got to think about the cultural impact and the history and the identity of fighting games. So that's kind of why we're leaning really, really hard in that. So the part that I'm willing to argue, this is actual argument here, right? I don't mind this debate right here. SNK kept fighting games and fighting game culture alive globally, right? Team-based fighters, arcade loyalty, and characters that became icons outside of the United States, right? There's like, it's huge in Mexico. And, you know, that's a story breakdown and why that is for another day. But generally, it's because you were able to swap out those carts in the game, and it was a lot cheaper than buying a whole bunch of arcade machines. But again, that's not the point. We'll talk about that another day on why SNK is great. But SNK globally had a great influence, right? And if you have to choose one of great influence, choose one character of great influence, we could say Terry Bogard, yes. We can say Kyo, we could say Rio, yes. All those guys are great. But for the sake of discussion, I'm just going to go out of the box and talking about influence, right? I'm going with Geese Howard. Geese Howard. And the reason why I'm going that route isn't just because I'm like, oh, you're rage bait, you're rage bait. No, I'm like, my intent isn't to make anyone angry. My intent isn't to make you upset, right? My intent is to get you talking because I want to know your opinion about this type of stuff. But I'm going to say Geese Howard. He's a villain that crossed franchises, crossed eras, and stayed relevant long enough to earn that spot more than anything else. So let's think about that. You know, Geese Howard was in Fatal Fury. He was in King of Fighters. He was in a lot of stuff. He even crossed over into Tekken. I guess you can have that same argument about a character like Akuma, but I didn't want to use Akuma. So again, you can argue and discuss that in the comments. But Geese Howard, I think he's very recognizable and probably hands down one of the most frustrating bosses out there. Now, we could talk about Gil, we could talk about Bison, we could talk about Hayachi, we could talk about True Ogre, but the level of frustration that Geese Howard had, it was shared across the playgrounds. It was shared across the workspaces. Geese Howard, he's a jerk, and people will talk about him forever as being one of the hardest bosses out there. Are there other hard bosses? Yes, it is. But I think he represents the SNK franchise very well outside of characters like Terry Bogard, which was in Street Fighter, and Mai, which is in Street Fighter as well, and Fatal Fury and all those other games. But I think he does a very, very good job of representing that franchise in general. So I'm going to put him on the Mount Rushmore of mine for sure. For sure, put him on there. So here it is. My Mount Rushmore, my 4 characters of influencing the FGC or the communities that are out there, right? I'm going to go with Chun-Li from Street Fighter, Scorpion for Mortal Kombat, Jin from Tekken, and then I'm going to go with Geese Howard from, King of Fighters or SNK games. And here's the thing. I want you to disagree with me. I want you to disagree with me. And it's okay that you disagree with me. What are some characters that influenced you? What are some characters that you believe had a large impact over all of gaming within fighting games? Please let me know in the comment below. I really appreciate it if you were able to articulate You're Mount Rushmore outside of going, no, you're rage baiting me. You don't play fighting games. I ain't trying to hear all that. Be smart about this, guys. Be smart. Here's the last part here. If your list is different from mine, let me rewind. Last part here. If your list is different than mine, that's okay. It doesn't mean I'm wrong, you're wrong, I'm right, you're right. It just means it's different. The genre is big enough to carry on with multiple characters and still have legitimate legacy as a whole. Am I saying that right? It means this genre is big enough to carry more than one character. Yeah, more than one character's legacy. It can have multiple legacies within the genre. Yes, I think that's fair to say. I think we can have more than one legacy in this genre. With that, thanks for watching. I really appreciate you watching and hanging out with me today. I really, really appreciate that. I'm the most determined soul, CJ Berry. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. Make some comments down below. Success and victory. Don't block with your face. And I will see you on the next time. Peace out. All right, here we go. Let me see y'all. Let me see what y'all got over here. All right. Let's see. We go. I'm gonna go backwards to go forward, right? Mocap, no, Zozilla, no. Mocap, absolutely not. Mall Security Striker is the most iconic. Definitely disagree with this Mount Rushmore. Good. I'm glad you disagree with the Mount Rushmore. No. Terry's more influential than Grease. Fair enough. Terry crossed over Street Fighter 6 and Smash. That's true. He did. Rugal is a good one too. Fatal Fury. Okay, take care and good luck with the stream. Hey, thank you, Hanky. I appreciate you. King of Fighters inspired Sakuri to make Smash, so I think putting SNK over Smash is fair. Yes. Are you okay? Oh, button I think you might be right. What did button jumper say to be right here? Electric Wind Godfish. Yo, Uke, what's up, man? The Frog Stage, Parappa. Yes, the Frog Stage is a good one. I've been working in the morning so early. Wait, how does it go? I've been working in the flea market so early. I've been working here since my mama was a baby. Just because the rhythm is slow, that don't mean that you can't flow. In the rain or in the snow, I got the funky flow. That's a good one, Dark Horse. I like that one. Hayachi haircut. It is iconic. Everyone can recognize Hayachi. I agree. For me, either King or Hayachi. Hayachi was in Soul Calibur 2. That is true. That's very true. So many know who Eddie or King over Mishima. You think so? Eddie or King over any Mishima? Okay, I'll buy that. He's probably the strongest of the ninjas. Ermac might be stronger. I'll argue that. Making Liu Kang a god was bad to see. Oh, I don't disagree with that, Popsicle. Sonya Blade. Oh, so Sonya Blade is one of yours? Okay. Black Pharaoh, what's up? Kazuya, King, Zangief, Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Ryu, Fox, Fox. Ugh. It's definitely not Liu Kang. No, I'd agree with that. Oh yeah, Sub-Zero is pretty popular too. No, extremely popular. Get Over Here is universal. Big facts. Everybody knows Scorpion. Wait, hold on. I got to do my little thing real quick. Like, hold on. So I know where to cut it off at. Hold on. Because we got to end this. All right, there we go. Ryu is a co-mascot of Capcom. He is Mr. Street Fighter. He is. Chun-Li is only significant because of her aesthetic. Nobody knows her moves outside of Street Fighter fans. We know the word. People know Yatta. Chun-Li does have her own movie too. Yeah, she does have her own movie. That's right. Yet CJ gets mad when I say SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain is a fighting game. No, I get more annoyed than anything, Popsicle. Look at certain president to replace the 4 faces by a giant golden face of himself. That's President Peanut is ain't Teddy Roosevelt was there just because he happened to be the president at the time it was made. I can't remember how that worked out. Ryu, Hayachi, Scorpion, Mario. Mount Rushmore equals iconic for some reason. I don't know why it means that. But have you seen the guy from the Crazy Horse? They've been trying to build this Crazy Horse statue for like 70 years, and it still hasn't been completed. Freaking crazy, yo. Freaking crazy. Kazuya, Ryu, Terry, and Scorpion. Kazuya, Ryu, Terry, and Scorpion. Okay. Okay. It's because you're more of a SmackDown, shut your mouth. It doesn't matter what type of guy I am. It doesn't matter. All right. So now I think that Tekken has a new update. Oh my goodness. I think they got update 2.09, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if they actually have that, and maybe we can discuss it a little bit. Anybody know about Tekken and their update by chance? Terry Fulgore. Okay, Zozilla. I can accept this. Solid Mount Rushmore. Talk to me about Fulgore. Why did you choose him? Because I'm almost willing to throw Jago, TJ Combo, or Orchid in there first before Fulgore. And then, why did you pull from Killer Instincts? Because here's the other part. We can say, yo, we know the sounds of Killer Instincts, but that would be most iconic, most iconic announcers. There we go. Most iconic announcers when you go combo breaker. That's an announcer thing more than anything else. Today, Monday sucks. Monday does suck. Monday always sucks. Fulgore was the face on the Xbox. You got to see him everywhere. Ooh. Not on the Xbox, on the box. I'll buy that. But on all the magazine covers, the part that I lived, it was Glacius tearing a hole and TJ Combo. It was Orchid showing her butt cheeks better than Cammy's butt cheeks. I mean, well, you know what? Let's see. But it's not to negate how you feel about your Mount Rushmore, right? But KI isn't known outside of the United States. Oh, that's a good point too. Let's see here. Ads. Let's see some Killer Instincts ads and magazine covers, right? Let's see. Especially after the Super Bowl. Yeah. Whoa. Super Bowl. You didn't like the Super Bowl performance, Orlando? Bro, hey, I'm going to have to call you up, man. I have to call you up. I enjoyed the Super Bowl. The key word there is performance. I don't think it was a show. I think it was a performance. Just like Kendrick Lamar, his stuff was a performance, right? So let's take a look. So we have Fulgore right here. And then I see what you're talking about with the box, right? For the Game Boy game and the Super Nintendo game, I see that. I also see it right here for the retro stuff, but I distinctly remembered like TJ Combo also being one of the faces there, right? TJ Combo like front and center right there, and Fulgore's taking a back right there, right? Here goes Orchid right there. She's another one that's like up. Here you go, to your point, Fulgore and Tusk going at it. I'll buy that. Fulgore and Jago. Okay, I'll buy that. They're going at it. Let's go. We're going ads. Let's see magazine covers. So we had Chief there. We have Tusk beating up on Spinal. Here goes one of Fulgore, and here's what I was talking about: butt cheeks. Look at that. I like them butt cheeks, man. Saberwolf. We have what's the reptile's name? Is it Reptor? I can't remember his name. This name slips me right now. We got Kim Woo and Jago. You know, I think in general, maybe Killer Instincts has just a lot of options here. I don't think there's just one character that just flat out stands out and says this represents the arc. This represents this franchise. You know, here goes Orchid again. You know, she was on the side of the arcade cabinet, right? Yeah, there's a lot of things going on here, but I see where you're coming from, where it's like he was on the box. That makes sense. Where's the one that I was talking about? Glacius. There's an ad where he's just beating the crap out of TJ. Oh, here goes one. I remember this one. The Raptor versus Glacius. But there's one specifically where he turned his hand into a sword, and he's like cutting into. I think that was pretty iconic. TJ combo. I think that was a pretty iconic ad that was there, where he's just cutting him up really good. Let's see. Is it anywhere here? I cannot. I know what I saw. This better not be one of those. What you call it? Mandela. Oh, here it is. Boom. I remember seeing this. I specifically remember seeing this one right here. Open image and new tab. Let's take a look at this. And this is kind of my point where I'm like, I don't know if that Fulgore picture was as iconic as some of the other stuff that was out there. Like, take a look at this. Was iconic for me as a kid for Killer Instincts Gold, right? Killer Instincts Gold and Killer Instincts 2, Killer Instinct Gold going to the Nintendo 64, right? This hands down has to be one of the most iconic fighting game pictures out there, showing the brutality of the game and what the game is about. It's super sick, like right off the bat, you know. That was taken from me. Raven going Hayachi Mishima is dead. That echoed louder than anything in the arcade. You think so, Godzilla? Really? Look at those lasers. I think there was an image of Orchid washing the car in one of the KI games. I think so, probably. She has nice butt cheeks, man. I really like her butt cheeks. True, all the characters in KI are pretty cool. Yeah, they're very cool. Necro meet the wood thing from Tekken 6 and most iconic. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Oh man, but yeah, I think there's a lot of good stuff that comes out at FGC, you know, and great things within the FGC that people like and love and enjoy. Original KI was the first time I figured out combos. All the homies hated when I played Cinder. He said the wood thing for Tekken. Man, you mean Mokujin? You know what? I think that's one of the things. You're talking about rage bait. That's how you rage bait someone. My favorite character in Tekken is the wood thing. That's what we need to start calling Mokujin. The wood thing. It's the same way I rage bait my kids and be like, hey, did you see the meme that I sent you? Meme? Yeah. I sent you a very funny meme. Dad, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the meme, son. Go open up your phone. You're talking about the meme? Yeah, the meme. The meme. You know what I'm talking about. We're sharing memes with each other. They get so upset. Like, it's a meme, Dad. Potato, potato. Potato, potato. Like Mimi's. Underwater cat. Oh man. Or the you go, I want the girl in the skirt to fight the girl with the horns that's a succubus. What? What? What are we talking about here? I want to play the fighting game that has Dragon Ball characters, but they don't power up. And they wear gloves. What? What? No, you will not call Tekken that. You will not describe Tekken in that way. You just can't. You just can't. All right, cool. I think we're at a good place right now. We're in a great place right now. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I've been sitting here for a second, and I need to make sure I'm moving my legs. I think I'm gonna go to the gym today. I'm definitely going to the gym. I need to make sure I get back in shape and all that good stuff. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick break. Make sure you get a refill on your coffee. And we're gonna continue chopping it up today. Dang, that's 37 minutes of something I recorded, and I don't know why I recorded it. Oh well, such is life. Don't go play with that wood thing. I won't play with my wood thing. Be right back.
Kalara, India. I was sent here by Bison to do some research on this little temple that was out here. I had a backpack with a cell phone in it, a satellite phone in case I got lost. I had some other stuff, research stuff. And I had a tour guide with me, to show me around.
He was weird.
And this is what happened.
Okay. First time in India, I ain't never been here. So many trees, there were so many men there. Never had I seen such magical scenery. The weather here was tropical. A weema when we was walking through the jungle, a mighty, mighty jungle. I had a question, but I wasn't trying to sound dumb though. I wanted to know about what I heard about this dude. I wanted to know if what I heard was true. Okay. Supposedly there was this guy who was old, but was very, very strong. The master of yoga. He was well known, admired with clout. His limbs could stretch long. He spat fire out his mouth. Wait, fire out his mouth? Yeah, I didn't believe that. So if ever I saw him, then I wanted to see that, believe that. I turned around to ask the tour guide, but when I turned around, he was nowhere in sight. I was like, yo, where he go? I don't know. Did you see him? Nah, fam. Heck no. It's like, it's almost like he teleported or something. It's almost like he teleported or something. I'm like, yo, where he go? I don't know. Did you see him? Nah, bruh. Heck no. It's like, it's almost like he teleported or something. It's almost like he teleported or now something. I'm alone, and I'm mad. I need to use the phone. Hold on. Where's my bag? I can't believe that I just got robbed. Ball getting robbed, dog, that's just odd. That eyeball must face my wrath. As I clenched my fist, up ahead I saw the end of the path. So I didn't think he could've went too far. So to find him really shouldn't be too hard. I'm gonna find him. As I made it through the trees, that's what I was thinking. Suddenly I felt a breeze, and it's hard to explain, man, it ain't that simple. See, the wind pointed my attention to a temple. When I looked out to all the villagers, my attention was brought to where a pillar was, and he was standing right there with my bag in his hand, but then he disappeared. I was like, yo, what the heck? Where he go? I don't know. Did you see him? Nah, bro. Heck no. It's like, it's almost like he teleported or something. It's almost like he teleported or something. Yo, where he go? I don't know. Did you see him? Nah, son. Heck no. It's like, it's almost like he teleported or something. It's almost like he teleported or something. Yeah. So when I saw that, I took off running as fast as I could, man, through the village. I ran through the village people. Pause. But the way I was moving and ducking and dodging, you would have thought my name was Ocho Cinco or something, man. I was moving, man.
So
I got to the front of the temple. It looked very plain on the outside.
Gotta drink more water. You daggone right.
What happened?
Drink water.
What It had to be one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen.
Real
It had
deal.
gold, it had pictures, the floor was all turquoise and stuff. I was like, man, it's like cribs or something. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I saw a red door at the end of the hallway. You know, usually when you see red doors, like anywhere, you think it's important or someone important like is behind that door. So I thought maybe the thief was like working for someone trying to get in Bison's business and all that. I need to get that backpack back. You know what I'm saying? So I was just about to open the door, but like, I felt something on my back, and I didn't think. I just turned around and I punched as hard as I could. Like I should have looked, but yeah, you should have. You should have looked. I'll never forget it. What was it, man? What? Tell me. That was the time that I knocked out an elephant, man. I'm calling SPCA, SC, whatever.
All right, let's get back to it. I don't know if I want to call this a struggle or not. One thing I'm finding more and more on with. Wait, hold on. Let me see something. Real quick, like. Trying to see something. Lately, I've been doing a whole lot of different things on I've been doing a lot of different things on social media platforms, and boy oh boy, people really take a lot of these things to heart and really personally. I just find that really interesting. Because, like, my intent, like, as you guys see here, the way things are received in long form is way different than the way it's received in short form. And I just constantly think it's really, really interesting in the way people are or have received particular information within the spaces of the internet. I don't know. I just think it's really interesting. And so, even though you got a lot of people on your side, at the same time, you got a lot of people that are just like, I'm angry and disgruntled. You know, I just always thought that was just really, really interesting. And the way that people consume social media and things like it, you know, it's kind of is what it is at this point. And understanding the psyche of human beings, especially ones that are uncomfortable when something's been said, right? Like the call outs, right? Or I don't know what type of, you know what? Here goes one, because I think it's funny because it's for guys like Popsicle. It's very difficult to hear something about your country and not get rage baited by it, even though the intent isn't to be rage baited, right? So I can say, oh, look, Zozilla is from Canada. Popsicle, you must be from Canada too. And because you both are from Canada, you guys should be friends. Immediately, the natural instinct's like, how dare you say I'm from Canada and we should be friends? Canada's so huge. We're two different people. You're wrong. And really, that's not really intent. It was more so to help the two people, you know, connect. And I just think it's interesting that the internet is just made. It's the way the internet works. It preys upon insecurities. I think that's really, really interesting. So let's take. There's a recent one. This recent one that came up, I think, is just super duper interesting, and I want to take a dive in that today. I think I'm just going to play fighting games or games in the Discord. So if anybody wants to join me in the Discord, you're more than welcome to join me there during this evening and get matches in and play, right? But I just want to talk today because I enjoy talking right now. I have to constantly remind myself that the internet is not a real place. The internet is a real place, but you got to be careful with the internet. So let's find this one with Maximilian Dude, right? Oh, speak of the devil, look. Thank you for choosing End Product. We hope the products help you defeat your enemies and elevate your gaming experience. If you're satisfied, please spread the word to your friends. We'd be grateful. That's nice. Hopefully this gets to the person that it's supposed to based off the little Reddit post that we had. But me and them, we follow each other. But let's check out this one. Max a million. I thought this was just. I just thought this post was just really interesting, just really interesting, and especially the way that Max handled it. It was even more interesting, right? I think this is a good point, and I think this is a good place to start here, right? I think it's a great place to start talking about the internet and the FGC and the space of the FGC, the headspace of the FGC, and I'm like, I just think it's interesting, and it's not normal to think like this. Are there other communities that are aggressive and go back and forth and rah, yeah, absolutely. But I don't think nowhere near like how the FGC operates. Are there other toxic communities that are more toxic than the FGC? Yes, they are, but not toxic in the same way FGC. It's almost like it's almost like a fantasy world almost in the way that the FGC communicates with each other and insults each other on top of that. So Maximilian Dude is a beloved, he's a beloved, community leader in the FGC, right? I think we generally can agree that he's a beloved community member in the FGC. And even he gets weird comments. So let's start with this one. Generally, we all know that Tekken has issues. It's not to say that Tekken is the best game in the world. You still can like a game even though it has issues. The problem is when you don't identify or acknowledge that their issues are there. So I can say, hey, I enjoy Tekken, but what I can't say is Tekken is the best game hands down, because that's not a fact at that point. That's the opinion. The fact is that I like it. That's a fact. It's the greatest game in the world. That's an opinion. What? So now, within those spaces, people will argue both of those as if both the opinion and the fact are the same thing, and end up dying on that hill, even though it's not a hill worth dying on. So again, we acknowledge Tekken is fun, but it's not necessarily in a great place right now. And right now, Tekken is $23.99 on the PlayStation, and on Steam is $29.99. For that price, I'm gonna have to agree with Maximilian Dude. Max is worth it. Story mode alone, it has a great story. It has a great story. And it's not no better than Mortal Kombat. Like, yo, the story is wild and delusional. And you know what? Yes, you're right. The story is definitely wild and delusional. I'm going to have to agree with you on that. However, that doesn't negate the fact that Mortal Kombat has a crazy story too. Mortal Kombat has a very crazy story. It has an insanely crazy story. Like, what is this game? What are we talking about? And so if you're looking for realism, well, the place to get that realism and get those type of real stories isn't in Tekken. You need to go watch the UFC and study your favorite, your favorite MMA fighter and follow Habib or Conor McGregor or whichever one. But video game stories, they're not supposed to be realistic or real or make sense. They're just there to entertain. And what's wrong with them entertaining? I think that's a good question. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. I think my stream stopped and then it cut back on. I'm trying to make sure that it's still alive. Let's see. Is it still live? Click on this one. Click. Where am I clicking at? Is it still live? I don't know if it's live or not. I'm trying to see if my thing's live or not. And then it cut back on. I'm trying to. Okay, yeah, it's still live. I wonder why it cut off. That's weird. Let's see. Is it still live? All right, cool. We're still in business, guys. We're still in business. So let's take a look at some of these comments that I'm like, yo, that's kind of weird. What's going on? What's going on here? For $23.99, $29.99 less, I could watch that on YouTube. Like, okay, cool. Not a crazy comment, but it's like, cool. All right. As soon as someone says they like something, oh, that's something else. All right, that's kind of my point here, right? That's one of my points. Where's the one? Where's some of the ones? Here it is. The story mode literally, I can't read. The story mode literally makes no sense. I disagree. It looks good, but it's just a terrible product in terms of writing. Terrible. But it's like, but that's games. Mario makes absolutely no sense and people still play it. People still play it. T8 has cool moments. Let's see how the upcoming season 3 will switch around. Well, that has nothing to do with the statement that he's making here. Good joke. The story mode was horribly written. WTF was the twist. Reveal towards the last chapters. Pretty embarrassing. It's like, really interesting. And we can see, agree, dumb, fun story. That's the part I agree with. It's like, it was dumb, yeah, but it was fun to watch, you know, and just sit back and like, just accept it for what it is, you know? Let's see. I mean, let me find one of the ones that are like, that I was reading. I was like, yo, bro, what's wrong with you? Because I saw one that was like, I saw like one or two. I was like, yo, bro, are you okay? Max was being sarcastic. No, he responded back to what he had here too. So he wasn't being sarcastic about it's worth buying. That wasn't sarcasm. That wasn't sarcasm. And he also was playing and actually was trying to get good at the game. So wait, hold on. I'm trying to find it. But there was some, man, this had so many more stuff added to it. And I want to use the word positive, but it opened the door for discussion when previously, when I first saw this earlier, it was like F you and all this other stuff. Like, whoa, what's going on here? Let's see. So true. Junior Prince like Tekken 8. Huh. Why can't I find these now? I guess they got buried down. They had some awful things to say. There were some like really mean things that they said. Tekken 8 story mode is fun. The first fight had me rolling though. I'm Jin whooping Kazuya's butt, but the cutscene keeps having Jin losing the fight. Yes, I know, right? So this doesn't open up for discussion. Here go. I think this might be one of the ones that started. Come on, Max. That story mode is worth exactly $0. Okay. Tekken 5 still better. What? I recommend buying Tekken 5. Same price probably and more things to do. Like, but what does that have to do with anything that he said there, you know? Oh, here it is. Here goes one. The beep. Wait, here it is. The fuck ass story of the redemption of the fucker who did WW3. Like what? Like, why was that necessary? Why was that necessary to say, man? If that's the case, watch the story on YouTube like we do for Mortal Kombat games, which has a better story. Like, what are we talking about, man? Like, why are we being jerks here? Why are we being jerks here? It's like, why we're always lying type stuff. But there was, again, here, oh, here it is. We're starting to get those, the GIF memes, you know? Here you go, the GIF memes. Like, yo, bro, why are we being jerks? I just don't understand the jerkiness of it, right? But now let's go up here. Let's go back up here. Let's go see how he responded to this. And seeing the comments. It says, This website sucks if you like anything. And that's my point. It's like he can't even like stuff. He can't. No different than I said. Hey, I like Tekken. Man, I got bombarded with. Oh, you can't like Tekken. Why can't I like Tekken, man? Because you can't, and it's lying to yourself. What? I'm not allowed to like something. Some people like licorice. Nobody's complaining about that. I think licorice is gross, but it doesn't negate the fact that somebody else likes it. You know, it's starting to get really annoying, man. At least Bandai Namco put energy into making an actual story mode. I agree with that. Tekken 8 story mode. Yep. Well, these people are out here acting like there ain't a game attached to the story. And that's kind of Max's point. It's like, yo, I like the game off of story mode alone. If anything else, the story mode is enjoyable. You get 2 stories. You get 2 stories. Did we not forget that? We get 2 stories we get to play through. True, tired of all these whack people saying some of the most crazy stuff, and it affected my game, man. I feel you. Didn't they republish broken moves for Tekken 5 and Tekken 8? I don't know. Twitter encourages hot takes and dunking. It does, but it's like, but that doesn't mean you respond to the hot take inappropriately, right? Like I can sit here and say, I enjoyed Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance, and someone's going to be like, well, suck Bad Bunny's dick. You're like, whoa, hold on. What's that have to do with anything? Like, I just said I like the performance. You know, it was like, why are you talking to me like that, right? That doesn't make sense, you know, because I said I like something. And for that matter, it's not even a hot take, you know? Or on the flip side, you could say the Tesla is the worst car I ever driven. And it's like, okay, cool, that's what's up, man. That's nice. Keep it moving. But if you're not there to discuss and have dialogue, that's the part of the internet I don't understand right now. The lack of discussion. And some of it's because people don't know how to read and write. It just is what it is. You know, there's some people that can read it but don't know how to write it. There's a lot of stuff they don't know how to do. And it's like, bro, like I get some weird. You can just grab it, baby. I get a lot of weird responses, like even in my stuff, and I'm not even that big yet. I'm like, bro, like, are you okay? Is something wrong? Tekken isn't fun if you lose all the time. That's true too. I don't lose all the time, so I enjoy it. No disrespect to Mac, but he knows his influence in the FGC, and he knows sure the heat Tekken 8 is getting right now. He's a public figure. That's true, but even as a human, if you like something, you like something, man. Like for example, let's take Nicki Minaj. She knows what her influence is. She knows exactly what her influence is. And you know, even though she knows her influence, she doesn't necessarily deserve the hate that she's gotten for her political stance. You don't get to go in there and send hate mail because she said, hey, this is who I support. Like, there's other nuances behind it, but if you're not willing to have dialogue and truly question, like, why did you choose that stance when I've been supporting you this long, and this group of people don't support LGBTQ, and they don't support, you know, the same things that we all believe in, and how I became a fan of yours to begin with. If you're not willing to have that dialogue, then, you know, shut up, you know. Dude, I want the truck she showed up in. Yeah, you like the most popular artist in the Americas. Huh, what? People are incapable of separating the art from the artist these days. If you listen to someone's music, you have to agree with all their opinions or something. That's true and not true. You know, like my wife took a stand and said she will not listen to R. Kelly music. And I was like, well, that means you can't listen to Elvis Presley music either. You know, there's a lot of artists out there, and like this you know, self-righteousness that's out there. If you don't listen to one, you can't listen to a lot of other people too. So I don't really take that stance. And you know what? R. Kelly wrote a lot of good music. You know, it just kind of is what it is. You know, Kanye West, he's anti-Semitic. Well, there's a lot of people that are racist and don't like black people too. So why are you standing on one and not the other? You know, there's a lot of hate towards African American culture and African American people. So why do you stand with one and not the other? You know, Tekken 8, Twitter is on fire right now. So it seems like Max was poking the hornet's nest. Games by the 1,000. What's up? How's it going? A lot of people too just want to join in on the dog pile. They hear people dissing something and they just want to feel like they're a part of something. Yes, that's true. Nuance on the, yeah. I squint at that too. Nuance on the internet. It's like, come on. Is that the dog? Is that the dog pile of crap that you're willing to lie on right now? So, you know, yes, read the room, right? I think there's a difference between reading the room because someone has done something toxic and dangerous, and reading a room because somebody likes something even though it's on fire right now, right? Like it's like having an ugly girlfriend, right? I love my girlfriend. I think she's wonderful and beautiful. And then all of a sudden everybody starts attacking you. And then they tell you, read the room. You should know that your girlfriend's ugly. But it doesn't mean that I don't love my girlfriend and I enjoy her company. Why can't I enjoy that? Why can't I like that? What's wrong with that? Why can't we do that? You know? Or maybe Max was trying to prove a point, but it won't change anything. Twitter always always will be Twitter. Twitter will always be Twitter. Yes, I don't disagree with that either. Twitter is always going to be Twitter, but but I think that leads into the next thing I want to hit on just a little bit is just because you can doesn't mean you should, and I think that's kind of where my issue with the internet lies. You know, that's where my I love the internet at the same time that I hate it. Same way that I feel about the military. There's so many pros for the military that it outweighs the cons. But the cons that are there, whoo, they're damning, right? And same thing with the internet. I love the internet. There's so many pros that outweigh the cons, but boy, oh boy, the cons are damning, right? And I'm just like, yo, what are we trying to prove here, man? What are we trying to do here? See, and even some of the other people are trying to make sense of it. How dare you like something? This site is only for hate. Did I just catch you having fun? Yeah, it's exactly that. It's exactly that. Because here goes the next one, Joel, and where I'm like, where does it? Because there's two sides of it, right? With Max specifically, and where you're like, hey, how do we separate this, right? How do we separate this? And kind of my point in saying read the room and all that good stuff. Max can say whatever the heck he wants to without being beat up and drugged through the mud, right? So, for example, yeah, that's what I'm experiencing, man. You got to see my comment section on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube. I get a lot of heat, and I'm not even big, right? But like the thing that I disagree with Maximilian Dude, right, is his take with SNK and Saudi Arabia. I strongly disagree with what he's saying in that space and about that space. And then, in my opinion, it's bigoted to go in and say, I'm still going to play that game because it's important that I play the game. No. Stand in what you believe in and not do it, right? But nobody's saying anything about that. Nobody's saying anything at all. So let's go there. Let's go there. Maximilian Dude said, I will not support Fatal Fury because of Saudi Arabia. That's what he said. It's blood money, pretty much in a nutshell of what he said. I will not play that game. And then, on top of that, I will not be supporting Evo this year. I will not show up, but I will stream it. No. Stand 10 toes down on what you're saying, Max. Don't support it at all because you don't believe in the people that are producing the game or this event. So why are you playing it? Why are you playing it right now? That doesn't make sense to me. Why are you streaming it? That doesn't make sense to me. So the thing that I would say you should support is something like Texas Showdown, Defend the North, because they're not associated with any of that stuff that he has an issue with. I know, right, Joel? Exactly. So it's like because Saudi Arabia, instead of fighting a war to gain influence, they're using entertainment to gain influence. Guess who's been doing that for the last 80 odd some years? The United States. Yo, there's, you know how many countries and people don't like people in the United States or the United States in general? And they would say the same thing about the United States. Hey, don't support Xbox and Killer Instincts because it's blood money, and that's a country we don't want to support. A lot of people say that. That's why we're not popular in certain areas, right? So it's like there's this weird self-righteousness that's going on there, but then you still want to play the games and talk about it and benefit from having those talks. That doesn't make sense to me, man. That doesn't make sense to me at all. So it's not to say Maximilian Dude is a bad dude. I don't think he is. He's a businessman more than anything else. But while he's a businessman, he's allowed to like something or dislike something. And that's okay. That's okay. He can like something or dislike something all he wants to without being ridiculed by a group of people that aren't really saying anything for real. So with the Tekken post that he had there, it's good for the game alone. He shouldn't be approached with eat a dick. Bro, why would you say that to that guy? That doesn't make sense. That's not fair to tell somebody that he didn't say anything damning or anything like that. He just said, hey, the game's fun alone. Now, what you can say, hey, Max, I understand that you enjoy the game, but I don't believe that story mode is worth investing in, worth the money to invest in that game right now. I think it should be a little bit cheaper, and with it being cheaper, I think $10 is the right answer. But ultimately, I can just go online and watch it on YouTube, and I think I would still enjoy. I think I would enjoy it from that aspect, you know. But overall, the gameplay and the gameplay that's there and how broken the game is right now, it diminishes. It still diminishes the story mode because you still have to play the game and the fighting mechanics in the story mode. There's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong saying that. Hey, what's up? Oh, Elder Baron. What's up, man? How's it going, Bear? We get our oil from Saudi. Yep. Don't quit ya. Gaming sponsors Street Fighter 6 as well. Guess anyone can't play Street Fighter 6. Zozilla, I know. Not gonna lie, putting in the soccer guy and the DJ guy immediately gave me a bad taste for Fatal Fury. That's like a Call of Duty type of play. Who else? So why do people not stop playing Call of Duty? So what? You know, the SGG would throw out Max just like Ares if sold out stream. If he sold out stream it. No, I don't think so, because Ares, he wasn't exiled by the FGC. He left Tekken more than anything else because he didn't feel like he was being treated fairly by Bandai Namco. Who doesn't like freaking Ares? What did he do for people to throw him out? He didn't do anything. Nobody can buy iPhones. Exactly. Man, I could say a lot about that, but that's a topic for another day and probably not in a Twitch chat. No. Puddle left Tekken, exactly, Joel. Tekken didn't leave Puddle. Puddle left Tekken. When I see comments like that, I just know that's a low IQ way of saying they don't understand the game and they don't want to eat their Tekken vegetables. Yeah, exactly. Button Drummer, I agree with that. Call of Duty had lost a lot of people for that stuff. They're hurting for it long term. They release a new game every single year and people buy it. I don't think they're hurting. In saying that Bandai Namco didn't want to pay Ares for 10 years. Some of that I think is also Ares' fault. But I can go into that. I just meant FGC moved on very quickly. They didn't move on quickly though. FGC didn't move on. People are still standing in like the FGC, the way, at least from my perspective, the way it works, it's a hold that thought, I'll come back to it, more than it is I moved on. Because Eris, he more recent, I think like within the last 2 weeks, he did a Tekken deep dive and talked about the reason why he left Tekken, and everybody was there for it, you know? It's okay to have a problem with some aspect of the game, though if it's to the point it turns you away from the game, you have every right to dislike it or like something. If Chris Ronaldo is enough to throw you off the game, it's what it is, and it's your right. But it's not your right to try to convince everybody else to like what you like, right? You know? I like boobies. Popsicle likes butts. But me trying to convince Popsicle like boobies is like, what are we doing? Why are we arguing about this? He likes what he likes. And it doesn't change anything, right? If not Maximilian, people would go anywhere. Would go? I like both too, by the way. I feel like Max has been trying for the longest to accommodate the Tekken fan base and grow it to his space, but he chose the place and the wrong time to do so. Ooh, I think that's a really good point. But, man. I think what you're saying is true. I think it's more so that he's trying to gain credibility in the space so that he can talk about it a little bit more freely versus, hey, I think this game is great, and him getting some type of the backlash that he's getting. Like, the problem with Max, he's a multi-content creator for FGC games, right? Fighting games. You know, it's very difficult to be a subject matter expert in all of them. It's very difficult, you know, because I'm one of those guys. I just like fighting games, right? But when I say, hey, I don't like this, I don't like that, how could you say that and you don't even play the game? Well, I'm looking at the shit, man. I'm looking at it right now. And what I'm looking at tells me that it's not good or it is good. No, you can't say that unless, all right, cool, that's what's up. Max is a Capcom guy and a Killer Instinct guy. That's what he is. Oh yeah, I'm not saying everybody should delete Fatal Fury because I think those two characters are goofy. It's still a good game. I just think that was a goofy move. Right, but there's a difference, right? You'll still play it. There's a lot of people that say, well, the Saudi Arabian prince, Ronaldo, is his best friend, and that's the reason why he had it in there. And same thing with the DJ. The DJ is his best friend, and that's the reason why he's in there. Well, shoot, if I was making the game and I was funding the game, I would put my best friends in there. Why is that a problem for you? Why are we complaining? Why is that the one thing we're complaining about to make you not play the game? You don't got to eat shit to know shit. All right, that's a line. That's a line. That is definitely a line. Wow, I like that one. That's a really good one. That's a really good one. That's a great one, actually. That's really good. That's really good. I can't say that. No, that's a really good one. I like that line. I definitely like that line, guy. That's a good one. But yeah, again, I'm going back to this. I just really thought this was really interesting. Tekken 8 is a fun game as a casual. Not everyone cares about competitive play. And that's true. What's wrong with that? And Maximilian's one of those guys that he's a professional casual. And that's okay. I got shit talked because I said I was happy about the cheat modes in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Work 10 to 11 hours a day and want to play the game, but it's so long. Cheat codes will help that. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But yo, be like me. Block accounts. Wow. Why do you have muted account? Jesus Christ. Golly, that's a lot of blocked people right there. Who is this guy? Twitter when they catch you liking something. Yeah, that's true. And even then, it's like, fixed it for you. It's like, this website sucks. Then why are we on it? You know? I don't know. But I think that's kind of one of my hot takes for today. I think I just want a jaw jack. Do y'all mind? Do you guys mind that I'm just talking to you guys today? Or do we? I don't know if I want to play again. I'm kind of enjoying talking to you guys. Capcom added their producer in Marvel vs. Street Fighter. So adding people that you know into fighting game isn't new. It's not new. Vibes are good. Thank you. The thing is that KOF games always remain niche or neat. Bro, all right, wait, hold on. That's another one. Oh my God, I just recently experienced that and I was about to ring. I was like, yo, bro, of all the things to freaking get upset about, you got upset about my pronunciation about this thing. So here's my point. Here's my biggest point when it comes to fighting games, right? The fighting games. So if I get on the mic and start talking and saying, yo, hip hop is a great niche of music. I like that niche. You know, this is a great place to start in your music journey. And I love Kendrick Lamar, and I love this guy, and I love that guy, right? I start in this area right here. And you know what I got in the comments? It's niche. It's niche. That's a weird way to pronounce it. It's niche. I'm like, it can be pronounced either way. No, it can't. I was like, well, actually, the English, they say niche. In the Americans, they say niche. And now it's being more adapted to say niche, but it's not wrong to say niche. But you missed the whole point just so you can be a smartass to explain that it's niche. You're like, bro, here's your fucking cookie, man. I'm sorry cussing like that, but it's like, yo, here's your cookie, man. Good freaking job. You corrected a content creator that's doing something that you never could do yourself. Why are we correcting people on this? You make no sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me on why people do that. You know? Yeah, they don't want to be, and that's where and that's kind of my point. Believe those two characters are intelligent to market the game to bigger. Yes, the only place, I wouldn't say the only place, but the biggest place that's complaining about it is the United States. You know, yapping is good time. Yeah, I like yapping. But I think that's one of the things that I'm like, as far as my channel goes, like as I've continued to grow and build, I want people to get in the habit of discussing and not missing the point, right? Not missing the point. So, like, here goes another example, right? Let's take church. I think church is a great example. Church is enjoyable. You sit there for an hour and you learn something about yourself, and then you go back home and discuss it. You can discuss the whole sermon and how it all relates together, or you can take a point in the sermon that you understand and you discuss with somebody else and say, hey, that made a whole lot of sense to me. Let's talk about that part right there, that specific part right there. So then, you know, you talk about that part, but it doesn't negate everything else that you heard. It's just that part right there hit home. Right? So, with that being said, I made a video about another content creator, and they were talking about, you know, fighting games and all the other good stuff. And ultimately, I agreed with him. And I put my own spin on it. So he had like a 2-hour VOD, and I watched his 2-hour VOD, and I took a lot of, but there was only one space that I wanted to focus on. I was like, yo, he's right. Let's talk about this. And I thought it was worth talking about. And you know what I got? Hey, bro, that wasn't his point. I advise you and suggest you watch his whole 2-hour video. Dude, screw you. I did watch his video. This is one of the takeaways I got from it. And this takeaway specifically is exactly what I want to talk about. Why can't I talk about it? And then you're not adding any value to the actual discussion. So if we're talking about Jesus and the 12 disciples, and then you go, hey, Judas, after the 2 hours of talking about Jesus, hey, I think Judas, he wasn't a good guy. Hey, that wasn't the pastor's point. Like, no, I understand that wasn't the pastor's point, but I want to emphasize that, like, yo, what Judas did was pretty messed up. And the pastor was right in mentioning that that was messed up. So I want to talk about that and talk about the ins and outs and the nuances behind the why Judas did what he did, and the way he died was reasonable for his action. Why can't we talk about that? Why is that an issue? You know, and that's like, yo, you guys are is niche, bruh. Evo 2026, niche and niche fighters 2, CJ versus Twitter. Yeah, that's what's going on. Chun-Li and Ken crossing over was another genius marketing move to give them give the game longevity too. No, I don't disagree with that. I don't even play it, but I bought it. Yo, I play City of the Wolves and King of Fighters just randomly and do their combo trials. Their combo trials are very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. CJ versus comment section. Dude, Joel, dude, the freaking comments are wild each and every time. Each and every time. It's always one. There's always one. And then I think my biggest issue with a lot of things that are there is that, again, they are like, yo, you like, it's one thing to take one. It's one thing to take one thing away and then have a discussion, but then to take one thing away. See if I can find some stuff. To take one thing away from your conversation and then it not mean anything. Like, what are we doing? What if it was staged? Well, Andy, Gabrielle, what if it was staged? You tell me. That's my point. You tell me. So we're hanging on to this one thing right here. Okay, now what? Right? You're not telling me anything. What if it was staged? That's my point. So now you jump in my comments and stuff and asking questions and what about this? What about it? What do you tell me? I already said my part. I already said my part. What are we talking about? What do we want to talk about here? Let me see. That was a good comment right there. I think I blocked some of the ones that are there. Let me see. Is there? I don't think it's on my YouTube as much. There's more discussion on YouTube. There's a whole lot more discussion on you, but I think there's one that was like, oh, here it is. So here's the video. Fighting games used to be everywhere. Not just popular, not just competitive. They were literally everywhere. Arcades, living rooms, school cafeterias, and malls. Well, maybe not school cafeterias, but you know what I'm saying. It's bowling alleys. There we go. Bowling alleys. Remember this. They were freaking everywhere, and you just couldn't get away from them. So now they still are. You just don't play them. I'm like, but you didn't. That doesn't say anything, right? That doesn't say anything. That like, where's the discussion there? Where's the discussion? So you expect me to have a real conversation with, they still are, you just don't play them. Where instead you could say, well, yeah, there's a whole lot of fighting games that are out. For example, we have Tekken 8, we have this, we have that, we have a lot of the French bred games. I don't know if I fully can agree with that. And then I can respond with, hey, well, are you able to go to your mall still and watch or play fighting games? Are you able to go to your school cafeteria and play? Are you able to go to your local college and play fighting games in the same way that you used to? And now we're having a real dialogue, right? But instead, it's like a backhanded insult, right? You're trying to, like, yo, what are we doing? What type of conversation are we trying to have right here, right now? Yeah, it was freaking troll. It's like, what are we doing? What type of conversation are we trying to have, right? Mr. Crusher, how are you doing today? Hope all is well. We're gonna call you CC. We're gonna call you CC. Welcome in. Hope all is well with you. But it's like stuff like that. It's like, what are we doing? What are we talking about, man? Or here goes another same guy. I remember playing Mortal Kombat against other kids in school cafeterias on the Game Boy. All right, so he's trying to find a way. He's trying to find a way to relate to me and having this conversation. Like, yes, I see what you're trying to do there. Let's relate to each other. Let's talk about this, right? And they said, so my response was, they let you bring your Game Boy to school? Man, you're lucky. We would get suspended if we brought electronics to my school. You had pretty cool teachers growing up. I'm like, and so he said, I got suspended a lot. That's freaking hilarious. I think that's funny. And it's like, yo, great conversation. Here it is. You could still have that Game Boy and still play, or buy another one and still play it. It's not like these things disappeared. Bro, what point are you trying to make here? You're truly not trying to engage. You're like, I don't even know. You're not even trying to be right. You're just being a dick. And that's the thing I don't understand. I really, that's the part that I don't understand about the internet. I really don't. I'm just constantly like, what are we doing here? I do not understand the internet, guys. I want to understand the internet in a deep way and not get annoyed, not get bothered. But by not getting annoyed and not getting bothered, I naturally go into this, attack mode. It's like, yo, I'm better than you. Why are you arguing with me? Why are you arguing with the man that has a master's and you don't? That's the direction I want to go in, but I don't do that. Like, I can easily, like, you're arguing with the man that's more educated than you. Why would you argue my credibility, right? Like, come on, man. This guy's had a time capsule built to gold in 1996. Yes. He's just not in the same way. It's just, and I just think that's odd. You gotta do what? You gotta believe. Yo, Saga, what's up, my guy? Yo, Saga, I hope all is well with you, man. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. I really appreciate that, man. And welcome, Raiders. Don't forget to hit that follow button, guys. He said, hey, meet me behind the gym. I got Missing our missing number. Dude got that capsule core shipped in. Right. And so one of the things that I am also learning, and I hope it comes sooner. I hope it comes sooner than later. Is a good friend of mine said it. He said, you're still building up a lot of good stuff, and you're building a culture around your content. And while you're building up this culture around your content, people are gonna still do that. But what you're waiting for, instead of you constantly policing up your community, eventually your community is gonna police itself up, and they're gonna go, dude, that's not what he said, and they will fight for you. It's just not your time, and it's not your turn yet. I'm like, you know what? I think you're right, man. In which I've seen that, defended a few times on, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. It's like, yo. Like, here goes one. What's the point of this short? You just said that you like a game because you like it repeatedly. Why can't I say that? So let's take a look at this one. Because I enjoy the game doesn't mean it's in a healthy place. I actually like Tekken 8. People are like, why do you like Tekken 8? Because I like Tekken 8. It's like, why not? Why not like Tekken 8? I got it. You're like, well, you're not a legacy player. I mean, so what? I like this one. No different than some people like Mortal Kombat 1 and think it was amazing. Or for that matter, some people like Mortal Kombat X better than Mortal Kombat 11 and vice versa. I just like the game, and I just generally appreciate it for what it is. But I don't know why I like it. I just enjoy the. So why can't I say that? Why am I not allowed to say that? Why even comment? Scroll. Keep on scrolling. It wasn't for you. It wasn't for you. So my response now, this is me being a jerk, is to get you engaged so that I can tell you to check out the channel and the long form video. The short did exactly what it's supposed to do. It made you stop. It made you comment. Yeah, I'm allowed to be a smartass, right? But it's like, what are you doing? What are we talking about here? We know the point of in the first 5 seconds. If dude, like, are we listening? Like, what are we doing? Yeah, the tale of old time. I don't disagree. Yo, Jeremiah, what's up, Jerry? Is that a DGK skateboard or element? I can't tell. In the behind me, there's an element right there that's real, and the other two are girl. And I got 2 huffs right here, and no, I got 4 huffs in my room, and I got a couple other ones, and I got a couple DGK skateboards. I might want to go back and revisit it. But ultimately, you guys see what I'm saying. And yo, you're talking about, like, it doesn't make my head hurt necessarily, but it's like sometimes I just feel like I have to defend myself. I feel like I have to defend myself all the time in these spaces. But, you know, this is the profession I chose to be in, and I think that's fine. I think that's okay, you know. But it's like, Jesus Christ, man. Or like how aggressive some of these comments are. I know this guy doesn't mean any harm or anything like that, but it's like, yo, bro, we're using strong words here. So, like, check this out. Mobile phones and mobile gaming killed arcade gaming. Console gaming actually strengthened arcade games as it gave serious players a way to practice their craft with no fear of being stomped around by the arcade bullies. Mobile games, on the other hand, provided players with non-related games for free. They shifted gaming to more casual gamers. You can say they could have functioned as gateway games to some serious gamers, but no. Casual gamers are cowards. Like, whoa, wait, hold on. Casual gamers are cowards and will never have the courage to transition to more serious and competitive games. Like, everything was cool. Everything was cool up until this point right here. Like, yo, like if I was just chilling at my locals and just playing, and someone said, "Hey, you playing casually?" I'm like, yeah, I'm playing. You're a coward, bro. Let's step outside and so you can see how cowardly I am. Like, we can't talk in these definitive states or use words like never, right? That's one thing I'm learning in therapy right now. I'm learning that a lot in therapy. And in therapy, what's being said is like, with me and my wife, we're talking about like, hey, you know, I like this, I like that. Never isn't true. Like, never is like, I can never go to the sun. That's something that's like, no joke, will never happen, right? So I can definitively say never, right? But to say it's never hot outside, I can't say that because it's winter right now and it will eventually get hot. Or to say, you never kiss me at night. That's not okay to say because there is a time that you did get kissed. So never isn't true, right? You can't make if you're saying something generally to make it a fact, it's not a fact if it's happened once, twice, or ever, you know? So it's not true, right? So never has to get out of a lot of our vocabularies here in order to not be as combative in making it make sense, right? I cannot say you never hang out with me. In the same way, you cannot say you will never have the courage to transition to play a more serious game. That Street Fighter deck is goated. Oh, thank you, Zozilla. I appreciate that. I kind of agree with that dark guy a little bit. I do see a lot of gamers that are like straight allergic to playing something they can lose or something that needs even a little practice to play well. I wouldn't say casuals are. You see what I'm saying? Because now you're saying cowards. That is combative, and it's kind of to my point that I'm saying overall get wrecked. It's like my intent isn't to be combative though. My intent is having a real discussion. Again, everything he said here was cool until we got to this point right here. I'm like, yo, that wasn't nice. Why would you say that? And again, it's not to have a echo chamber. I would prefer not to have an echo chamber, but you can disagree without being a jerk, you know? You can agree without being a jerk. So here goes one. And so like this one that I gotta admit, it's like, hey, I said Street Fighter had over like 6 million machines sold. I flubbed my numbers. So what, right? But negative, Street Fighter 2 sold 200,000 arcade machines. Check your numbers. Like, bro, who the fuck are you? Check my numbers. But I was being real nice about it. I was like, oh, you're right. I don't mind meeting where I was wrong at. But then I just got a thumbs up. Like, bro, acknowledge that that I corrected it. He said, oh, it should have been like, oh, that's what's up. Yeah, I could see where you got your numbers from. Okay, that's what's up. But yo, bro, come on, check your numbers. So now it makes you go into this mode. Let me see who you are. Let me see who this guy is. And let me see what he has on his channel. And let me see what he's doing over on his channel. Let me see how he's putting his stuff together on his channel so that I can scrutinize and critique him. And that's not what we want to do. That's a waste of time to try to get even to scrutinize and critique other people. And like, why would you want that? You know, I wouldn't want that. I don't want that. So I typically don't scrutinize people in that way. Why would you want to do it that way? That doesn't make any sense. King J is streaming Tekken 8 right now, and he's getting hate watched on his own stream. It's getting ridiculous. Oh, why? Why is that? Do you know why they're hating him playing the game? Like, he's known to play Tekken, so why are people upset that he's playing Tekken? Yeah, speaking absolute kind of hampers real discussion. I don't think it's that much harder to communicate what you actually mean instead of being hyperbolic. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, brother. I really don't. And that's another really good point. And let's see the last one. It's 1:38. It's almost time to go. Let's see. Like, see, I like meaningful things like this one. And so that's why me and my younger brother still play all fighting games local between each other. Every time they drop or anytime we have an interest in a particular game, I'm like, yo, that's endearing. That's nice. I was able to relate to you. I say it's better that way, I think. I'm glad you were able to have that type of bond with your brother. That must feel good. Like, let's talk about that, you know? I'd rather talk about things like those. You know? Let me find one more here and I can move away from there and we can talk about something else. Here goes one. I'm like, what? What are you talking about, dude? And I think I'm going to continue my biggest point. My biggest point. I think your take is completely wrong, but I'm going to get back to my business. Can't wait to play the fighting games you're making. It's gonna shit on Street Fighter 6 for sure. That's the sarcasm there. But I'm going to go on about my business. Have a good day. What? We're not allowed to talk about this stuff no more? So let's go over here. Kind of go to my point. And we're like, let's scrutinize these people that only have 2 subscribers, you know? Let's scrutinize how this is. And personally, some of these, I think, in my opinion, and what I'm understanding of the internet and stuff, I honestly think that these are other content creators that are going on other accounts to be jerks. Because they saw something, they're trying to tear you down because you're somewhere where they're not. It's like, yo, bro, come on, man. So all I say typically now is like, oh, that's interesting. Or I was like, uh-huh. Because I know it pisses them off. It's like, so you're not going to engage in that? Nope. You're not allowed to have an opinion on games if you're not a developer now. I don't know. And again, you can, opinions on games are, in my opinion, or for that matter, anything that's not real, you're allowed to have an opinion, but that opinion's open for discussion, not a definitive, this is good, this is bad, you know? You're just, that just doesn't make sense to me. Like, here goes another good one. The argument about who's better, LeBron James or Michael Jordan. Well, you can't, like, to each their own in that case. each one of these players have great things going on for them, and you can see why someone might say, you know, this guy is better than that guy. And you have to acknowledge that this guy's better than that guy. So I read a comment before. It was like Michael Jordan versus LeBron James, right? LeBron James, you cannot deny, which is factual, that he scored more than Michael Jordan. He has more points. Then someone said, what if Michael Jordan played just as long as LeBron James? But he didn't. But he didn't. So what are we arguing about at this point? He didn't. What if LeBron James played in Michael Jordan's era? But he didn't. What if Michael Jordan played in LeBron's era? So he didn't. So what are we talking about? What are we arguing about here now? So let's have a discussion of understanding, in which the discussion of understanding is LeBron James plays a different position. So the argument should be between him and Magic Johnson and who's the better Laker, right? The argument is who's the better player between Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, because they played the same position. And ultimately, Kobe Bryant just excelling past Michael Jordan just a little bit because he capitalized off of the things that Michael Jordan was already doing and made it that much better. We got to make it make sense so we have better understanding of each other. Dark Horse, they were different eras. I don't disagree with that. That's if my grandma had wheels, she would be a bicycle. Or, yes. Like, what are we doing, Button Drummer? What are we doing? You can't, well, it's, you can compare, it's all, well, here it is, Dark Horse. And welcome back in. I was doing a little video earlier, so I wasn't able to get to you. But it's like, bro, you can compare. There's absolutely nothing with comparing, but you have to acknowledge the things that are around the particular thing. So like being a scientist, right? A scientist can compare the difference between an ant and a beetle to have understanding of why an ant is strong and how it gets strong, and why a beetle is solitary and doesn't have hive mind, right? So they're two different animals, but to say this animal is better than that animal, or this insect is better than that insect, you can't say that because they're not the same period. But to compare a fire ant to a bullet ant, that's the better comparison. And same thing that you can compare a rhino beetle and a Hercules beetle, right? Or like they're closer to the same thing, but that doesn't mean you can't compare the two insects and to have a better understanding of what makes that particular insect that insect. That's what scientists do every day. And they don't go in and argue. They don't go in and argue about nuances, right? Oh, the ant is better because it can spray acid. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's better. It's just something that I noticed, and that is a pro for the ant. Where a beetle, where he's climbing up the freaking tree, he can throw other beetles out. So he's stronger because he has the ability and the dexterity to throw other animals off the tree. That doesn't say either one of these things aren't true. It's just an observation and discussion that you can say, oh, I can see that. So we keep on doing these discussions to win. So what's his name? Neil Tyson DeGrassi? Anybody? Am I saying his name right? One thing he said about debating, right? One thing he said about debating. The debate isn't about winning or losing. It's about understanding. And there's two people that come to the table together, one knowing for sure that his answer is most likely right, and the other guy not being as sure and needing to have understanding of what's going on there. So both people research their side, and they come together and say, hey, this is what I think is going on. This is what I researched. Blah, blah, blah. What did you research? Oh, I didn't research that part. This is what I researched, and this is what I understand. So after that, you leave each other with one guy having a lot more knowledge on that they didn't have, or both leaving having a lot of knowledge that they didn't have, going back and studying that much more and coming back to the table and having understanding again. There's still no real facts. There are assumptions still, but then they finally get back together and solidify this one thing. me and you both can agree on this part right here, but we disagree on this area. Let's say why we disagree and where we understand each other at. And then you leave with better understanding of the topic that's there, not that you're a subject matter expert in that topic all the time. You could become a subject matter expert if there's things that are actually factual, like water's wet, you know, or water's made out of H2O. That's a fact. You know, we went to the table, we argued. It's not freaking, you know, gold. We know that's not one of the elements. We can agree on that. So the fact is this. But an opinion that we can come up with is where does the water go when it evaporates, especially when it's not outside? Where does it go? Now you can make a whole bunch of assumptions. I know water isn't wet as a debate, though. I think it's a stupid debate. But even then, it's like there's nothing to argue there. What are we arguing about? You know, that like let's have a discussion of understanding, but we shouldn't be discussing and more specifically arguing something that I don't want to use the word doesn't matter, but come on. Now, if you're going to argue something that's you stand on fact and someone's not telling the truth on, you know, argue numbers, right? A dollar bill equals 4 quarters. No, it doesn't. It equals 5, bro. It doesn't equal 5, it equals 4. Now you have something because there's a fact that's involved. There's no discussion. Let's argue why this is like that. Why are we arguing opinion, not statements, right? What is the state of something? Water, getting water on it. Water can't get wet because it is the wet maker itself. I'm gonna squint at you on that one. I'm squinting at you so hard. Squint at you so hard. Because the argument would then be, or discussion would be, a fish isn't wet until you pull it out of the water because its natural state is in the water. So if you're in the water and while in the water, you're not wet until you get out of the water. But when you keep on going in this circle. So water is wet regardless of the state of being or not. Causing it such to become, yes, exactly. That's like saying the sun can't be hot because it makes things hot. Exactly. Papa Yada, what's up? How's it going? Oh, this was another good one. Johnny Simps. We had a good one. We had a good talk right here. I think that was a really good talk, and going back and forth. This was a very good back and forth right here, I think. So, and it's kind of my point about, you know, the way we talk to people and how we talk about things, right? So, so this was like why I actually like Tekken, right? So no, I think you're being low-key dishonest. I'm like, whoa. You could like Tekken 8 for any number of reasons, including, but not limited to, the fact that it doesn't play like older games. I brought that one up because it's why some folks like me don't like Tekken 8. The reason why I dislike Tekken 8 could be the reason why you like Tekken 8 and vice versa. But I don't know. Nah, I find that pretty hard to believe. Perhaps it's possible to not know why you're enjoying yourself playing a video game, but I find that a little introspection allows me to deduce why fairly quickly. Like, okay. And my response was, I'm not being honest. I like what I like. And he said, oh, no, I totally believe that you like Tekken, but you can't think of a single reason, brother? At the very least, you could say it's fun to play. That's my response. Me giving a reason is like saying that you need to explain behind why your profile picture is a paperclip and not your face. Then saying you're being dishonest for not having a real picture. You don't need an explanation behind it. That's just what you like. I don't need to explain. I don't need an explanation for it. Enjoy it. It's fun. Enjoying it, it's fun, is understood if I say I like it. Like, that's kind of the understanding there, right? It's like, come on. He said, but then he says, but there's a reason why my profile photo is a paperclip. I'm subscribed to Louis Roseman, and a lot of us change our profile photos to Clippy, who we used to think was kind of annoying, but compared to how invasive software has gotten today, Clippy would be a way safer implementation of AI, because Paperclip, it was Aurelian Soul from a League of Legends, because I think Primordial Star Dragon is cool as F, right? I guess in the end, you don't owe anyone an explanation. Just found it weird that you didn't give your reason for liking the game, and in short, the title, Why I Like Tekken. Hope you know it's no beef. I'm just challenging your ideas. Nothing against you as a creator or as a person. I actually think you're pretty cool that you replied, and we're having a back and forth. Like, okay, cool. I don't know why this comment was held. That's something. I don't know why they were holding comments, but it's like YouTube is very weird. But anyways, I saw nothing wrong with your comment. There is no beef, and I'm open to discussion. That's why I responded. I would have sent you to the Shadow Realm already. I think the biggest thing is that these are clips clips of longer videos or streams, and I have said over and over and over already why or why not I like something. I think challenging a thought versus challenging emotion are different also, and I think that's a key there, right? And that's what we've been talking about. So I can say because I want to when I like something, because like is an emotion, like loving your wife or child, or explanation, no explanation needed. Now, on the other hand, if I said this game is the best game in the world, that's something I would think needs explanation and reasoning. I can't say it's the best, then like, and just be like, just because, right? That doesn't make sense. And he's like, I see where you come from. From now, it's pretty much subjective, because opinions are expressions of the way we feel. Since these can't be falsified, right? Opinions can't really be wrong. They don't require justification, while best claims is a statement of fact. So it can be objectively measured to true or false. And that's what we're getting at here. Glad you're around to reply to the end. Do you do streaming? Yeah, and I explained I stream. But that's my point. It's like, yo, let's discuss the opinion. But to attack someone's opinion, that doesn't make sense to me. And that's my goal in life right now, to change the culture of the internet, one stream at a time, one video at a time, to make people discuss things intelligently, and just instead of just saying, you suck. And he didn't do that. But I just thought that was just a really nice back and forth, because I wasn't mad at that one. When I get mad, I start to shake, and I didn't shake on that one. I wasn't mad at all. I think that was just a good, conversation between two people. And you should be allowed to have that, right? Where does it say something? But water melon. Gonna sub like. Hey, thank you, Dark Horse. I really appreciate that. Thank you. If you like talking like this and having conversations like this about gaming and the internet and stuff like that, you've come to the right place. This is what I do. This is what I like to do a lot. Do I play games? Yes. It's just today I just didn't feel like playing a game. But in the Discord, if you guys are into games like Tekken, 2XKO, so on and so forth, feel free to join us in my team Discord, Team Capri. We do a lot of great stuff in the Team Capri Discord, and I think a lot of you guys would enjoy being in that space. So please join me in my Discord. I think you guys would love it. And we get matches in regularly. You see guys like Button Drummer, Saga, Godzilla King, Get Wrecked. All these people, a lot of these people that you see in this chat, you'll see and get an opportunity to talk to in the Discord, in addition to getting all this cool merch like Team Capri gear and all that good stuff. So yeah, please like, share, sub, all that good stuff. Anything to support the channel, I appreciate it. Fire is on fire, hence why it's called fire. But if you put fire on anything, it doesn't become fire also. It becomes burnt. It does become fire. So if I have a match, I light it, it's on fire. It is now fire. And I take that match and put it to wood. Now the wood is on fire, thus becoming fire itself. So it's on fire.
Drink the rest of my sandwich.
It's not burnt until it's not burnt until the fire is out. Fire bad, beer good. Yes. That's true. Water is wet. Yes, it definitely is wet. Oh my goodness. All right. So now, I wonder what else is out there in the news. Oh wait, you know a place I haven't gone to in a while? Fighters Generation. This is another cool place that I like to go to for gaming news and FGC news specifically. Fighters Generation is like an incredible website. If you want historical understanding of fighting games and know where the fighting games came from and know where the characters are and what year it released and all that good stuff, this hands down is like one of the best websites, period. Period. Don't argue with me. This is a great website. Phenomenal website. Here we go. Free Guilty Gear Strive update on Nintendo Switch. Oh, adds 43 character colors? Dang. Guilty Gear Strive on the... Do I have Guilty Gear Strive on Switch? Is this for the Switch 2? I don't know if it's on the Switch 2 or not. Well, let's see here. Artworks announced free update for the Nintendo Switch version of Guilty Gear Strive, adding a total of 43 new character colors. Wow. The free content is now available in North America, Latin America, Japan, and Korea on January 30th. Right. Okay. And will be releasing in other regions. Okay. That's what's up. That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, that's really dope. Adding Bob Kunimitsu Roger Jr. in Season 3. We knew about that. Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves Legends Edition announced with Kim Jae-hun. And you actually got to buy that DLC. They're not giving out the DLC for free anymore. And Fatal Fury's Season 2 announcement trailer. That's the one that people were annoyed with because it was done with AI. That was really, I would have to admit, that was pretty annoying as well. Yeah, they got some pretty good stuff on here. But I strongly recommend the Fighters Generation. Great website to check out, man. Wait, they got new stuff for their shop? You get all the cool collectibles and stuff like that. I love. Don't you? Who doesn't love collectibles? It's for the Switch 1, for the Guilty Gear stuff. Oh, yeah, I might have to order some stuff from here. They got some really nice collectibles for this stuff. $1 million for City of the Wolves tournaments, but won't pay for a proper ad for Season 2. Well, here goes another argument, Zozilla. Why do they want to invest in extra ads and they already invested $1 million in the community that doesn't play the game and still complains about it? So if I don't play City of the Wolves because it has blood money in it, why does it matter anyway? Why does it matter anyway? What about outside of Fighters Generation? Do we have event hubs? You know, one thing that bothers me or annoys me about event hubs, just feel like it's giving them more ammo, hurting their case instead of helping. I'll buy that. I respect that. I get it. But it's already been out for what, a year and a half, you know? They could show, they should make an ad of them pouring blood on the fighters and powers them up. Why? Tell me why. All right, so one of my biggest beasts with this website, they show a lot of. Oh wait, hold on. Tekken 8 Season 3 pass is a pass to be available today with new patch, but the balance updates will drop later. So I guess we need to look at that. I guess we'll look at that next. Players impressively pays homage. So like they don't really give us a lot of Tekken stuff. They get a whole lot of Street Fighter stuff. I'm debating if I want to get with some people and start writing articles, because I think you can submit your articles to Event Hub. And I think I want to do that. I think I want to submit articles to Event Hub and see what they say. You know? Top stories, game-specific news, Event Hub's Discord, Player Finder, Justin Wong, most commented stories. There's a place in Event Hubs that say, hey, you can write to us about your favorite fighting games and, get a good oh, here it is. Submit news. See, this is what I'm talking. You can contact Event Hub's team by reaching out to us on X. Due to high volume of submissions, we cannot respond to every unique inquiry we receive. If you'd like to submit a news tip, have a general question about Event Hubs, or anything of that nature, please reach out to us on X. If you'd like to know more about the website, please get. All right, cool. So maybe I'll just do that. Hey, Button Drummer, would you like to co-write with me about Tekken, or is anybody out there that's willing to discuss an idea, and then once we discuss the idea, we're able to have a conversation about it in Discord, and then I'll write it, and then we can talk about, then we can submit it together. You know, I think that'd be pretty cool. Let's go Street Fighter 6. Let's go to Tekken 8. So these are all the patches, and they haven't even published the patch for 2.09. They should make an app for. Well, everyone's saying the game is made from blood. I see what you did there, CC. I see what you did there, my friend. They will take money now and give you stuff later. Yeah, I need this mailman to hustle with their keycaps for my leverless. Which lever did you get wrecked? You got the Holt one, or Vent Hubs? They only got a few things that I like here. And the very last one, let's go to Flipboard. Flipboard's a good place to get fighting games news. Flipboard, there we go. Or just gaming news in general, right? Gaming news in general. Hold on. Wait a minute. All right, cool. Whoa, whoa? What? Why is there a naked lady on here? That's weird. Guile keys for GK18. It's a GP 2040, basically like a. Oh, okay, fair enough. That was a lot of cake. Today at 5 p.m. is when the Tekken 8 update is supposed to drop. Oh, okay, Zozilla, thank you. I appreciate that. Matter of fact, let me type that in. Tekken 8 2.09 patch. What does that mean? What? Yeah, probably no Tekken tonight. But is there any other games that we can play, Button Drummer? Like, can we get on Fightcade or do Street Fighter or anything like? Is there any other ones that you play so we can hang out? Let's go over here. New Xbox released 2027 and be even more like a gaming PC, claims leaks. We already knew that. I don't think we're gonna win. Like consoles, gaming consoles need to be handhelds that can be docked to your TV or streamed like the Game Pass and be played everywhere. No, it's not the Back to Basics update. Today's update apparently is just so people can buy the Season 3 pass. Actual update is coming out next month when the current Fighting Pass ends. Yes. So make sure that you get all your treats and fun stuff from the games and stuff. By the way, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. It's been fun. I appreciate it. Yoshi lays an egg in the Super Mario Galaxy movie Super Bowl. Oh yeah, I remember that. We did see that in the Super Bowl. The 10 best gaming surprises of 2025. I'm not seeing a lot of stuff that I want to see here today. Flipboard, they're hit or miss. They're definitely hit or miss when it comes to some of the stuff that they have. South Park is coming to Fortnite. We already know about that. Yeah, some of this is a little late. Arc Raiders boss can tell Embark's anti-cheat efforts are working because there's an influx of people trying to get to the studio and to me. Ooh, interesting. What's this about? I hope that's not a stupid long article. I want to see what that's about. Best vacations in Dragon Quest VII. Bloodstained Ritual. WWE 2K26 swaps DLC with Battle Pass. Ah, dang. Add Switch 2 mouse controls. Interesting. '80s video games with endless replay value. ROG Ally X review handheld game. Like, why are we reviewing something that has been out for a while? Oh, my goodness. I want to talk. Oh, forget all this. Forget all this. I want to talk about something else. I want to talk about something else, but I'm going to use the bathroom first, and I'm going to get your thoughts on it. Do a Streets of Rage run. Ironically, that's what I was about to talk about. That's exactly what I was about to talk about, man. Wait, but hold on. Let me go pee real fast. I'll be right back. Make sure you guys take care of your prostate and go pee also. Pee is very important. Don't damage your bladders or your prostate. Let's talk about that. That's why I said, oh! All right, be right back.
What dreams do you have when you read in a dream? Yeah, there was this book I just read on the, well, you know, it was my dream, so I guess I wrote it or something. But, man, it was bizarre. It was like, the premise for this whole book was that every thought you have creates its own reality. You know, it's like every choice or decision you make, the thing you choose not to do fractions off and becomes its own reality, you know, and just goes on from there forever.
Running through my mind, yeah. I wake up in the AM, easy life, I'm skating. Wake up, see the sunshine. This world's mine, I'ma take it. Look, people stop with the fake shit. Like, what the fuck y'all thinking? Must be out of your damn mind. If you really don't think I can make all of this happen. Since I started rapping, some people love it, hurting some feelings. They don't really feel it. Me and my team, we be winning.
All right, let's get back to it. All right, so another thing that I want to do, how I got my start on YouTube specifically, I didn't know what I really wanted to do on YouTube. Hey, what's up, Prince? I didn't know what I wanted to do on YouTube, so I started off with workout videos. I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. Then I did like how I interact with my friends online and did like lip sync battles and stuff like that. That was pretty fun as well. But then I stopped, right? I didn't, because I didn't know how to bring it all together. So the thing that really took off with my YouTube channel is arcade sticks, right? Arcade sticks are tons of fun to build and talk about. I mean, you guys saw during this morning, we talked about arcade sticks of Reddit. But the problem that I'm having right now is, and why I haven't aggressively talked about and sold, no. That's the reason why we haven't aggressively talked about and start doing selling these arcade sticks, the Clean Sweep by Team Capri, is because I don't know how to advertise. I don't know how to advertise and market this outside of saying, hey, I got an arcade stick myself, right? And I think I need to do a better job of marketing and advertising these arcade sticks. The question is, how do we do this? How do we do this? I think my goal is, absolutely, and that's what I do, and that's what I've been doing, right? But even then, that's still not enough, CC. That's still not enough. So this is what I'm gonna do, especially the type of person I am, right? Am I a good artist? Yeah. Look at that. Look at that graphic design right there, and that collection of pictures that made that picture right there. I'm a good artist. I love what I do. I love art. That's one of those things that I just love to do, right? I love to do that. But I think one way to do this is not go, hey, I'm a graphic designer and I sell arcade sticks. Let me make a custom for you. No. My personality fits more like a person that paints portraits of something that they feel passionate about and then sell that portrait, and it's not commissioned. Right? There's a difference between a painter and a painter that goes off commission. So Jackson Pollock was not a commissioned painter. He painted what he wanted, thus the name Jack the Dripper. He would drip paint all over it. And then after a while, when someone said, hey, I would like a painting, he'd be like, okay, cool. Here's a official Jackson Pollock painting. And I want to be in that space as a professional arcade stick builder. This is my arcade stick. This is what you get with it. And this is how I build my arcade sticks. That's what I want to do. Now, are there going to be opportunities for commissions? Yeah, absolutely. That's part of who I am. But that's the part that people miss. And I got this idea for this guy named Meow Cool Cat, because he's one of the things that he said was, it's a shame that arcade stick builders don't get paid what they deserve. They have to settle for whatever it is that the community says the price has to be, because they don't believe the value. If there's something that's custom, it should be $1 million. It should be extremely expensive and extremely valuable. I was like, he's making a really good point here. He's making a phenomenal point right here. And that's what started clicking for me. So now, how do we do that? What's that have to do with Streets of Rage? It has a lot to do with Streets of Rage, because what I'm going to do is make at least one arcade stick a week. This is a one-on-one. This is an exclusive. It's exclusive. And if you have this one-of-one, you're special. And you can say, hey, did you get this Capri clean sweep arcade stick done by MDSoul? Hey, this is a dope art, and I'm the only one that has it. And he made it this way. And it has this piece. You do not have this version. Where if you do a commission, right? Somebody can say, hey, I want you to make mine just like his. But I don't want to make yours just like it took a lot of work to do that. And to do that at the same price, after I realized how expensive that was and how much time it was and how time consuming it was, I don't think that's fair for me. So I should be able to charge. Right now, we charge $270 for a arcade stick, right? For a Capri clean sweep. I think that's a fair deal. But I'm not charging for the design. Isn't that crazy? I'm just like, hey, I got you. I like doing this stuff. Hey, hey, I got you. That's what I'm doing. And it's not anybody's fault. I like it. But I was like, you know what? I got to dig deep into my bag, because there's a lot of designs or a lot of things that are in my head that I want to design and I want to make, but I can't make that because somebody else wants. So it's like, hey, boom, if you like what I got. Well, and Godzilla, I appreciate that. And I thank you for that. You know, I really appreciate it. But yeah, moving forward, it's like, boom, this week, let me show you something. And I show that arcade stick. So now here goes the next part, CC. The next part of this is a lot of people don't know how to use their arcade sticks. They have a very, very hard time understanding how their arcade stick works. And they give up really, really easy. So over the next couple of months, a couple of weeks, probably starting this week, probably, because I'm going to show you Godzilla King's arcade stick. This one won't be used in the way like, hey, this is how you play this game. This is how you get used to it. I'm just going to show it off like, hey, Godzilla King has an arcade stick. Boom. He's the last one to have this one-of-one arcade stick. Oh, by the way, your stuff's in. So I just got to cut it out and all that good stuff this week. But this is a one-of-one. Oh, wait, hold on. Godzilla King. This is your arcade stick. There's your arcade stick right here. It's all in. That's how they are. That's how all the arcade sticks start. They start like that. So the black came in. I'm really excited about doing this. But yeah, teaching people how to use the arcade sticks is very important. Right. People will come for the tour and stay for that part, but I think it's more so. Has anybody watched the YouTube creator Tin Hun? Check out the YouTube creator Tin Hun. He creates what he wants. And and I even bought something that he created. He's an artist, and he stepped in the toy market, and he made he made exclusive toys for a second, of vinyl toys. This one glows in the dark, and then I also can paint it. He made it to where, you know, the paint doesn't drip off or fall off. So I was like, yo, that's really cool. I like that concept. I like that idea. But I didn't go, hey, could you make me a toy? And I want my toy to be this. I want my toy to be that. No. And so his videos that he makes, which I'm just constantly fascinated with, is him building the product, of course, and then utilizing and telling the story behind the product. The story behind the product is very important, I think. So now let's get to Streets of Rage. Getting paid your worth will also open your creative. I think so too. We need to get you a hydro dip set up. I do custom. Oh, really? Hydro digging brought me to a new. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff. I got a vinyl cutter and like any hoodie or anything that you get that's from my shirt store. If it's not stitched, I do it all myself by hand. So I press it and all that good stuff. So I could relate. So, oh man, I just done the ad. The ad's going on, so I'm gonna wait a second. I'm gonna wait a second because this is how I want to kind of stop everything. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute.
Stop being an inconvenience. You know, you're starting to disrespect me now.
When I start,
I feel disrespected.
No, listen,
David,
listen. I've realized in my life I am kind of an inconvenience. I have no car. Half the time I ain't got no money. But I tell you what, I got good friends that believe in me and what I do. And when I become an unnuisance, that's when we get this motherfucking money. Okay?
He just described my life.
Let's shoot this video and let's make this money. Okay? That's life in the way you go.
All right. Let's finish this because that was a commercial. I want you guys to hear this. So now, when we talk about something like Streets of Rage, it's going to be a whole process. Hey, this part right here, I'm building an arcade stick. Let's talk about this arcade stick in the build. That's going to be in the video. Then, hey, let me show you how to use this arcade stick. And I'm going to show you how to use this arcade stick by playing a game like Streets of Rage. And you get to see me use that arcade stick. And by the end of the video, or videos explaining and showing, at the end, I'm like, hey, if you really like this stuff, if you like this arcade stick, hey, it's for sale on my website. This one specific, the one that I just used, the one that I just proved to you that works and works well, it's on my website right now. Go check it out. So that includes stuff like knee levers. That includes stuff, the super expensive stuff. And then there's a level of understanding and saying, boom, this is the cost for each one of these this is the price and cost for each one of these parts and pieces. I'm not going to talk about my shell, but specifically inside. And then that way it's like, all right, now that you know that, and now that you see the design on there and you see the effort that's put behind this, that's the reason why it's that expensive. Because right now, some of the builds that are out there, my goodness, they can get stupid expensive. And I don't think it's fair to me for those to be expensive and make a profit of $1. I do not think that's fair at all. Let me see something real quick, because there's a couple levers out there that are like dumb expensive, and it's kind of to my point, people still want to not be charged the same price as a Hori. I think custom arcade sticks and DIY arcade shit should be more expensive than those ones because the amount of tender love and care that goes into it. But is it this? Oh wait, let me type in golden. No, it's this. This is a good place too. Let me type in golden lever. Where can we get one? Ah, here it is. This lever is $135, guys. $135 lever. Let's start doing the math. Hey, Crusher, CC, you get what I'm saying. You understand the thought process. I'm just talking through the thought process out loud now. And you guys were here to hear it first. So when someone says, hey, man, this stuff's expensive, you're able to help defend it. Or for that matter, if you decide to buy it and say, oh, that's stupid, you're able to defend it, right? So $135. $135 for a lever. That's crazy. Full Japanese, $143. $135, $135, $135. And then you could choose the color as well. Black and gold. But boom, $143. Woo-wee. $143 is stupid expensive, right? Now let's take another look. For one lever, yes. You're kind of seeing where I'm going at with this, Godzilla. Why this type of stuff is important, because I'm doing a lot of stuff for you and finding the best price for your lever. So when people go, hey, which do you like better, Sanwa or this one? It's like, well, it's subjective. It depends. And then it depends on the price. It depends on all these different things. And all these different things matter in the way that we get our stuff. So let's take in a more expensive button. Let's go to Hitbox. Don't forget, you have to oil these back. Yes, you have to. You got to have the oil to go along with it, right? Full precision micro. Yes. So let's do combo buttons. I have a set of combo buttons, and let's take a look at this. Combo buttons can be expensive, and that's not. This is just one group of buttons here. What's going on here? Buy now. Let's buy now. All right. So, 30 millimeters. $649. Let's go with, it doesn't matter. Look, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, so combo buttons alone, $649. $649. We all see this. $649. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then 14. A total of 14 buttons at $649. Let's do the math here. 14, remember that number, 14. Calculator. Let's do the math here. 14 times, oops, that's division. Let's clear this. I want to make sure I'm giving you the right numbers. 14 times, why does it keep on doing that? It's giving me the wrong stuff. Clear it all. 14 times 6.49. $90. So 90, let's write this down. 90 plus 143. 3. 9 plus 4 is 13. Put the one right here. We're already at $233. We're already at $233 just for the lever and buttons. If that's something that I want for my arcade stick, right? That even if it's like, oh, I'm doing this for my Hori Alpha, it's already that price, guys. Like, oh, Jesus Christ, that's a lot. That's a lot. So now, this is all cases. This is all cases. Let's talk about PCBs, right? Now, so everybody's getting the cheap one, the GP2040, right? And that's fine. That's fine. It's $30. But however, people are doing that without knowing there's a lot of caveats to that PCB, right? So PCB, Brook, I'm willing to, even though I like 2040 mainly because it's cheaper, the Brook PCB is probably the way to go. $85 for the one that does PS5, Xbox Series S, Nintendo Switch 2, and PC. Ultra fast, responsiveness, ideal for fighting games. It does all the modern stuff. That's $85. Even when you get this one, this is the wireless version, $85. The Gen 5 one, PS4, PSN, Nintendo Switch 2. I have this one. I don't know where I put that at. It's $80. Let's put $85 right here. $85. Wow. So 5 plus 3 is 8. Carry the 8. 8 plus 3 is 11. Carry the 1. We're at $318 right now. $318 right now just for the PCB, the buttons, and the lever. We're talking about premium, right? With sales tax, we're not even talking about sales tax, right? We're not even talking about sales tax. So then, now let's keep on going. Let's keep on going, guys. Let's keep on going. PCB wiring. $17. $17.99. Round to the nearest 10. That is 18. Let's add that together. 8 plus 8 is 16. Carry the 1. 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 3. $336. All right, now that's all the cords that you need. So now we officially are in business and able to have an arcade stick. But now, here he goes. What everybody likes now, LED PCB. We got LEDs that adds to it. LCD. Let's see if they got the LCD screen for. Here goes one that might be a good deal. LCD PCB for Brook. Do they? I don't even. Do they still have those? It might be on the. Let me see if they got it on the other website, Arcade Shop. Let me type in screen. Here OLED screen kit. This is $13, $13.95. Again, round to the nearest 10. It's $14. Boom. 6 plus 4 is 10. Carry the 1. 1 plus 3 plus 1 is 5. Man, we're at $350. We haven't even talked about the case yet. So for the sake of this conversation, let's go back to ASF arcade stick, right? We'll just use them as the example. They have a hard enclosure that's here, and their enclosures are $89, you know? Or we can go to the homie Johnny Fraze, and his DIY enclosures are $120 if I'm not mistaken. Because mine's are $120. No, or are they $150? I can't remember. Let's take a look at it. I mean, this DIY stuff. So $120 just for the fight stick, $120 to $175. Woo! So let's put this is for your arcade stick, guys. $120 074 $470. And we haven't started talking about putting the picture on your arcade stick. We haven't talked about the labor, like the screws, nuts, and bolts to go in there also. Because that labor is important to fold the metal, to cut the plexi, to make my house smell like burnt plastic. We're before all that. For an arcade, just bare minimum, top of the line, great like premium parts. $470, guys. $470. That is a lot. That is a whole lot. So when you're talking about labor and stuff, so that I can make a profit. Typically, how that type of stuff works when you're building that stuff, you got to sell it so that you can make at least 50% of what that product is. So this is going to have to sell at least for $670 so I can make some money myself. Or double that, right? Typically, most people, they go in and make a product and they double the price so that they can make a product. Not make a product, make a profit. So now, it's like, you kind of see why I'm like, I don't want to go that route. I don't want to just say, here's my arcade stick, you know, And there's nothing wrong with just saying, hey, this is my arcade stick, you know? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? You can get from whoever you want to get it from, right? But I think there's some, oh, look at their case. I know their cases are expensive too. They have pretty expensive, $245 for a case for them. $245 for a case, jeez. But you know, but yeah, all this stuff, I think it's freaking crazy, man. It's freaking crazy. But that's the direction I want to move in. Not to say, hey, I don't want to do anything for you. It's more so I done it already. I included all the pricing to go along with it. Understand that this is the reason why this one is more expensive and then this one is less expensive, because the things that are implement and put inside of it. And then we're talking about the time, effort, and labor. That's really important there. So with sales tax overall, it might get pretty expensive depending on what I'm building. I think the cheapest lever right now is the JLF, and you can get it for $30. But if you get the JLX, which is now industry standard, the new industry standard for lever, is $65 lever. It's still expensive. Now you want a custom art on top of that? That's like $600. Yeah. It's close. I'm gonna say $670. I'm gonna say $670 to $750 for that particular arcade stick, because at that point it's like time, like you can, oh man, just think about that, right? Hey, what I charge $200 for it, for my artwork, because graphic designers, they should charge what they believe they're worth. They charge you for it. So then on top of that, my friend, on top of that, I got to assemble it together, cut it up, and everything else. I got to take that plexi over there and cut it up, break it down, and all that good stuff, right? That's freaking insane. So really, I'm going to be generous. Hey, I'm a graphic designer. I'm going to charge you $100 for the design. All right, $570. Then the assembly, that's another $100. That's $670. But realistically, if you respect yourself, you're probably going to charge upward to $750 for a premium arcade stick with all the parts. Functional art that you can use to enjoy your favorite hobby and express yourself, you can always customize further or upgrade. That is true. That is very true. That you can do that. But what's the point when you to me that doesn't make any sense, right? To me, like for example, if there's a guy that specializes in building cars, why would you modify the car that he built for you that's a piece of work? Artwork, excuse me. That's a piece of artwork. The thing you should be modifying and making really, really cool is a Nissan, a Dodge Neon, or, a Mini Cooper, because there's like, hey, this is as is, here you go. And this is the industry standard. But if you're getting something custom, why are you going to change it? Why are you going to change something specialized? Or for that matter, imagine buying a painting, Buffalo Soldier painting, and then you go, you know what? I'm going to mod it. I'm going to mod this piece of artwork. Like, why would I mod that Street Fighter skateboard back there, or the Hello Kitty skateboards? That doesn't make sense. Why would we do that? That's especially when you're using it as artwork in a form of expression. That doesn't make sense to me. It makes more sense if the skateboard was blank, which I do have skateboards that are blank, and I do customized work on it. That makes sense. That's what it is. Because $130 lever actually better than a $20 lever. Is the $8 button actually better than a $3 button? Functionally, no. Feels really nice though. I'll buy that. Yeah, functional art. I'm just saying 400 plus controller isn't going to magically make you better. You buy it for the premium feel, aesthetic, style, and build quality. It's not just a controller at that level. Exactly. Pro equipment is never mentioned for the hands of a commoner, but in someone's hand, can it be used? Sure, but the price is always arguably unnecessary. No, I think the price is necessary. You know, like look at Supreme. Yeah, they're all at least 150. But look at a company like Supreme. You don't buy a Supreme Air Force Ones because you're like, oh, you know, they're Air Force Ones. You know, it's not gonna make me walk better. You know, it's just a regular Air Force One. You buy it for the name, and that's where I'm trying to go at. Buy my stuff for the name. Buy it because you rock with me. Buy it because of this. You know, like if that was the case, just buy a Hori Alpha. Buy a Hori Alpha because it's not going to make a difference, right? I just want to try and compare them all. How else can I? Yeah, exactly. I don't think. Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I think that's fair. I think that's very fair. So, guys, I think that's my time for today. Man, I really appreciate you guys in the discussions this morning and then this afternoon. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Tomorrow is Trailer Tuesday. Tomorrow's Trailer Tuesday, and with it being Trailer Tuesday, we're going to check out some trailers, and I haven't figured out the topic that we're going to go off on tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have a good topic for you all to discuss and debate and all that good stuff, and hopefully you guys feel good about debating and discussing those things and enjoying each other's company. But so I'll let you know what we're going to do on tomorrow with that. What else are we going to be doing on tomorrow? Trailer Tuesday, and then tomorrow we'll get into Tekken for sure. I think Tekken is really important game to get into and fun to get into. And I'm gonna do a whole bunch of other behind the scenes thing here sooner than later. Hopefully you guys will be excited about the behind the scenes that I got for you guys to check out and watch. If you haven't already checked out my YouTube channel, please check out my YouTube channel. I'm not going to necessarily steer towards YouTube in the way like, hey, I quit streaming, you know, on Twitch, but I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on, you know, I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on YouTube. And I think YouTube is the better way of getting recognition and getting recognized and engagement, right? I think it's going to be better. So check out my YouTube. Make sure you subscribe over there and get all the great stuff that comes from the video. So just in case you missed the stream, you're able to check out what's going on in the video from that day. I'll be posting some of the stuff from today on YouTube. So you get to see some of the shorts and you get to see some of the long form stuff over there. And also you get some of the arcade sticks talks over on that side. With that being said, guys, I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. I appreciate you so much. I really enjoyed today, and as I always do. And yeah, with that, I'm the most determined soul, C.J. Berry, the leader of waves and waves of people in determination. Success and victory. Don't block with your face. And I will see you guys on the next time. Stay tuned for who we are rating up next. Peace out. Oh, also, don't forget to join the Discord. Wait, hold on. One last thing. Don't forget to join the Discord. We're playing video games tonight and talking tonight about all this fun stuff that we're doing. Why is it? There we go. And then let me also do it on the Twitch side. Make sure you join us in the Discord. We're going to have, we'll be fighting tonight if you guys are down with that type of stuff. God damn it. Why is it? Please. But again, success and victory. Guys, don't block with your face, and I'll see you guys on the next time. Peace out. Thank you so much for spending time with me and the rest of Determination. Please follow me on all my social media platforms that are listed here. If you just missed the show, I will be back on weekdays, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. CST. That's Central Standard Time. Also, join the Discord for announcements and additional conversations like the ones we've had today. Success and victory, and I will see you next time. I think this is a cool content creator. I'm just gonna rate him just because I think he's cool. Lord Knight, I think he's dope.